sana, break it down. Atuhiwe mapenzi yamekwisha, kumbuka kurara. Mpenzi wangu wa pekee yangu chaguo langu, uwe ndo namba moja. Furaha yangu ni wewe, ule nilipata raha ila kujua furaha yangu ni wewe. Kwa wengine nitajisumbua, furaha yangu ni wewe. My dearest, wangu yo.
From Mombasa, this is DJ Bunduki. You're listening to the Street Vibe Mix.
It's the kids, baby.
We go.
DJ Bunduki.
Joto lijeta pepe, takutunza takutete. Wanaume wavime I don't care, hawajui mnachonipea. Paka na paka, na sio mambo ya dawa.
www.djshinsky.com. Mixing the best international music. It's your favorite DJ, DJ Shinsky.
DJ Shinsky.
Kitonga kachanganya na
please come in. We do not have enough time, so please come in the meeting, please.
Oh, you got them, short on your call. And at the man, like yes, oh Lord, katika them, unga to God, atumali.
Shakitasa kwenye bunge wambie sima kacharara Mwanda kwa bukuje aje ainama Mama ainuka Baby short down ainama Hey 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 onyesha ulivyofunzwa.
Wanaume ndio viko upande wa kushoto. Pia tuna tafsiri itakayokuwa ikiendelea kwa Kiswahili na Kiingereza. We have simultaneous translation that will be happening English channel 1, Kiswahili channel 2. Pia kama unahitaji tafsiri, tuna timu iliyo hapo nyuma ya ukumbi ambayo itakusaidia. Wako pale nyuma watakusaidia na kila kitu unachohitaji. Na pia tutakuwa na huduma ya tafsiri kwa lugha ya alama kwa wale wanaohitaji. We will also have a sign language interpretation. So, karibuni sana, nitarudi hapa muda si mfupi tuanze
kugira kampani ambya ngo mwene nimero yaje mwabutse abanyakazi ngo yamuta ubukozi bw'uburyo butandukanye bw'amadarapo abasare bari kurikira hariya muri keynote yose ari kugaragara ariko nabo bakiri gukurikira
Tunaomba mvumilie kwa sasa, tunakaribia kuanza, lakini tafadhali kwa wale walioketi nyumba, naomba mkaribie, kuna viti mbele, tafadhali kama unaweza kuja mketi kwa hizo viti zenye ziko mbele. Wale walioketi nyuma, tafadhali kujeni mketi kwenye viti zenye ziko hapa mbele. Wacha tuanze na kujaza nafasi za hapa mbele. Asubuhi niliwauliza tunajiandaaje siku ya leo, lakini nataka kuwasikia mkiniambia tushachukua kawa, tushakunywa chai. Mko tayari? Hapana. Naona tuna vijana wengi. Mko tayari? Mmejiandaaje siku ya leo?
Hundred of kilometers to celebrate with fellow but because I saw a hotel, so I got ready also so that when this time comes, I should be ready also to eat this Serena food. And long live Kiswahili, long live Serena. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you, and I think that you are all ready. We have taken your breakfast, and who can share with us, someone else who can share with us his experience? I've seen also that we have ladies here, so I would like to have a female participant to share with us also her feeling. My name is Elize Ibishaka, but the mic, please. I'm from Rwanda, and I'm from the University of Rwanda.
nchini Rwanda. Kiswahili oye! Kiswahili oye! Kiswahili oye! Hongereni wageni wetu. Ningependa kuwafundisha kawimbo kadogo sana ili sote tufurahie siku ya leo. Si ndio? Tutasema hongera wageni wetu kuhudhuria siku njema. Si ndio? Tunawakaribisha. Turudie tena. Hongera wageni wetu kuhudhuria siku njema. Hongera. Kiswahili oye! Kiswahili wa! Kiswahili wa! Kiswahili wi! Asanteni sana, karibuni nyote.
Asante sana. Wacha tuchukue mtu wa mwisho.
Asante sana kwa kunipa fursa hii. Jina langu naitwa Poro Agape. Natoka kwenye wilaya ya Nyamasheke kwenye chuo kikuu cha Kiwogola Polytechnic. Nafurahia kuhudhuria maadhimisho ya siku kuu hii ya Kiswahili, kwani na imani kwamba tutajifunza, tutapata elimu juu ya kuzungumza na kusambaza lugha ya Kiswahili. Na imani kwamba lugha yetu itakuwa umoja kati yetu, itakuwa tena kitambulisho cha Afrika. Asante sana.
Asanteni nyote. Wacha tuwashukuru kwa makofi mengi sana.
Fundi mitambo watusaidie, watuchezee wimbo.
Tupatie dakika moja, tunajiandaa, tutaleta wimbo. Tunajiandaa, nataka kuuliza pia tuko na wasanii tofauti wanao mashairi. Naweza uliza ndugu yetu pia akuje mwenye ako na shairi. Mnisaidie kukaribisha Nivizi Jean-Claude akuje hapa mbele pia yeye. Alafu nyuma Nivizi tutaendelea na kusikia hili. Nivizi uko tayari? Haya, karibu sana. Kwa makofi mengi sana. Karibu. Pia ametuandalia shairi nzuri sana ya lugha ya Kiswahili.
Shikamo. Mimi ninaitwa Jean-Claude Nivizi. Jina la usanii ni Madiba, katika na Madiba. Kikawaida mimi ni mtunza shairi wa shairi za Kinyarwanda katika lugha ya Kinyarwanda, lakini bila shaka najaribu katika lugha ya Kiswahili. Nilikuwa nadhani kama eti hivi, je, kama tunaweza kujivunia lugha ya Kinyarwanda kama lugha yetu, kwa nini hatuwezi pia kujivunia na lugha ya Kiswahili? Mimi nasomea katika chuo kikuu cha Rwanda katika mwaka wa kwanza, campus ya Nyagatare. Sasa nina shairi ndogo ambayo ina jina la lugha tamu. Naomba msikilizeni mabibi na mabwana. Asante. Usambazaji wa Kiswahili chini kote ni halali, eneo lote la pwani, karibuni kwetu kushiriki. Swahili lugha yenye thamani, kisambazike na amani. Waswahili wacha ukiwa, lugha yetu halali yetu. Miaka kadhaa tayari yamepita, yatawala popote kamibada. Lugha tariki ya maendeleo, Swahili tongozani naomba. Mwalimu asingekuzuia, asingekuwa mwerevu. Yani wewe nyumbani wa maarifa, wewe mwenye mali yenye nguvu. Elimu dhumiwa kwa watu wote, licha ya ulemavu wa makabila. Upafahamu ulemavu mwingine, East Africa karibisha kwenye elimu. Swahili kawa maarifa peke yake, chombo kutoa maarifa mengi. Msoma katoa huo mchango katika maendeleo endelevu. Elimu dhumiwayo kwa wote ndo chanzo cha amani. Kama mtaru wegemei uwezo unavyofundisha darasani. Warahisi kwenye mikutano hutumia tambulisho chetu. East Africa Kiswahili Community tia mkazo mradi Kiswahili. Wala usingekuwepo kitambo, usidhani ningekuwa mwanafunzi. Adhia wenyeji wa Afrika kizazi kwa kizazi na tawara. Mwadhilimu na mafundisha kwenye sauti ya kinanda. Swahili juu, wanafunzi juu zaidi. Wiwa wiwa wa wa wa, wiwa wiwa wa wa. Eti tunasoma kwa Kiswahili, tunaoa kwa Kiswahili, tunavaga kwa Kiswahili, popote tunavaa Kiswahili. Hata bila wewe milini, haki ya Mungu chitu punava. Biti yangu akikuzungumza wala utadhani ni kinanda. Umupa maneno matamu muno sichoki kumusikiliza. Waswahili wachauki kwa lugha yetu halali yetu. Ndio wanaume ustarehe ya Swahili kimbagani mdomoni. Umaalumu wako upenda zaidi mzungu alikusanifisha. Historia yako kongwe mtaalamu hunifanya kutokugiribuka. Waswahili Afrika Mashariki ni lugha yetu halali yetu. Alhamdulillah, kuna zawadi Kiswahili kukulinda milele ni ahadi. Kipenzi changu cha roho, wanafunzi watakurithiwa nami. Sujanja wala masiala, dau sambazaji na kuzaji wako. Wanachama wachauki wachini gwanda wanahidi kukweneza. Tea muwanjani mwa elimu, harakisha maendeleo. Amani upenda kwa Afrika Mashariki kutokana na mawasiliano. Nchi zinabadilisha na walimu, Tanzania ishirikishi Rwanda. Utamaduni wa amani hujengwa na ushirikiano. Tizidi wa Dar es Salaam, Risemba, Mulamba, Sari, Harambi, mara moja. Lugha yetu, maisha yetu. Asante sana, nawashukuru sana, shukrani za dhati siwafikirie, na muendelee kunimeka. Mungu awabarikie kabisa.
Ningependa chukua fursa kama nimepewa, nina furaha kubwa. Kwanza nasalimia mabibi nanyi mabwana, walimu wetu salama. Mchango wenu mkubwa hauwezi kuhesabika, kwani jasho mnatoa. Lugha mliotufundisha ni lugha yetu ya Afrika, mmoja wetu wa Afrika. Sisi kama wa Afrika kilitupatanisha. Kiswahili chetu chenye maana, hatutatenganishwa. Kiswahili wae! Asante sana. Mbili zilizopita nilikuwa na ugonjwa, nikadhani kwamba sitaweza kuhudhuria, lakini Mungu asifiwe kwamba nimefika hapa. nimeona lazima kabisa nihudhurie, kwani nikikosa kufika hapa kuimba na kutongoa Kiswahili changu ni kama kukisaliti. Kusaliti Kiswahili ni kama kusaliti Uafrika. Kusaliti Uafrika ni kama kujisaliti mwenyewe, kwa kuwa mimi nachukua Kiswahili kama kitambulisho chetu wa Afrika sote kabisa. Kwa hivyo hebu fundi mitambo atusaidie niwaimbie wimbo mzuri sana ambao nimeutungia siku hii. Asante, wanichezee wimbo. Yeah.
What if I say firstborn? Forever. Kiswahili chetu lugha ya mama, zungumzwa huleta watu wote pamoja dunia nzima. Maskini tajiri wote sawa, shuleni hakuna ubaguzi wala kejeli. Oh, Kiswahili daraja jumuishi na maendeleo, elimu kwa wote bila kigezo, ndio msingi tuimarishe lugha yetu, tusonge mbele pamoja. Kiswahili kinang'ara litaa la dunia, watoto mtaani na vijijini wanastahili wapate elimu bila vizuizi wala ubaguzi. Pia washirikishwe uwezo wanao, sote kwa pamoja maendeleo endelevu. Sawa sawa, ni msingi wa dira. Swahili sawa sawa, endelevu kwa haraka. Kiswahili daraja jumuishi la maendeleo, elimu kwa wote bila kigezo, ndio msingi tuimarishe lugha yetu, tusonge mbele pamoja. Kiswahili kinang'ara litaa la dunia, Kiswahili daraja jumuishi la maendeleo, elimu kwa wote bila kigezo, ndio msingi tuimarishe lugha yetu, tusonge mbele pamoja. Kiswahili kinang'ara litaa la dunia. Sawa sawa, ni msingi wa dira. Swahili sawa sawa, endelevu kwa haraka. Oh, 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 oh. Kiswahili daraja jumuishi la maendeleo, elimu kwa wote bila kigezo, ndio msingi tuimarishe lugha yetu, tusonge mbele pamoja. Kiswahili kinang'ara litaa ya dunia.
Asante sana. Makofi mengi kwa Kiswahili.
Asante sana. Swahili ndio daraja. Cha tumpatie makofi mengi sana kwa hiyo jimbo nzuri sana. Anaitwa Emmanuel Lizinayo. Sasa nataka tusikie shairi lingine, shairi ambayo itakuwa inahusu kauli mbiu ya huu mwaka: Kiswahili, elimu jumuishi na maendeleo endelevu. Kwa makofi mengi sana, acha tumkaribishe Alice Akida John pamoja na Sandri. Karibuni sana.
Habari zenu, wakubwa shikamoni, wadogo habari zenu tena. Kwa majina naitwa Alice Akida John, ni mwanafunzi kutoka Chuo Kikuu cha Rwanda, kampasi ya Nyagatare. Ninawakaribisha nyote ambao mmefika hapa. Jisikieni huru, jisikieni nyumbani, ambao mmekuja kutoka mataifa mbalimbali. Poleni na safari. Pia ni shukrani za dhati kwa Mungu ambaye amewasaidia nyinyi nyote kufika hapa salama. Naenda kuwasilisha shairi langu ambalo linahusu elimu bora kwa wote, elimu jumuishi. Ninaomba nyinyi nyote muwe makini, mtege sikio kusikiliza hii shairi langu. Asanteni sana. Hodi hodi uwanjani, naomba nipokeni. Nimefika viungani, mengi nimeyabaini. Chondeni sikilizeni, mengi nimesikio liwe makini. Elimu bora kwa wote, maendeleo kupata. Kiswahili ni kimoja, kituwekacho pamoja. Lugha moja, lengo moja, nguzo yetu ni umoja. Kifundishwe yangu haja, tuelewane kwa hoja. Elimu bora kwa wote, maendeleo kupata. Elimu ni taa yetu, imulike kila kitu. Inoe waliokutu, ubongo kutoa kutu. Isipuuziwe katu, yafaa kwa kila mtu. Elimu bora kwa wote, maendeleo kupata. Ujuzi ndio mwangaza, unaliondoa giza. Hakika unaangaza, ujinga unafukuza. Maarifa unajaza, mawazo mengi kukuza. Elimu bora kwa wote, maendeleo kupata. Mwalimu toa ujuzi, hiyo ndiyo yako kazi. Wape walo chipukizi, wataliziba jahazi. Usilete ubaguzi, yasitutoke machozi. Elimu bora kwa wote, maendeleo kupata. Watoto wote ni sawa, wapate elimu sawa. Wapaswa haki kupewa, sio haki kuonewa. Jinsia iwe usawa, ni mwiko kupendelewa. Elimu bora kupata. Wasomao ni baadhi, mahitaji wanakidhi, wengine wana maradhi, kamwe hawapewi hadhi. Jambo hili linaudhi, huzuni yajihifadhi, elimu bora kwa wote, maendeleo kupata. Elimu bora kwa wote, ipatikane popote, hata kama ni kiwete, ana haki aipate. Tufanye kila chochote, watu wote waichote, elimu bora kwa wote, maendeleo kupata. Tajiri na masikini, nyote mnayo thamani, jipange kwenye foleni, ndoto zenu timizeni. Amka nenda shuleni, ingieni darasani, elimu bora kwa wote, maendeleo kupata. Kwenda shule jambo bora, kama nyota inang'ala, watu hupata ajira, nafasi kila wizara, wengine biashara, hawajui ufukara. Elimu bora kwa wote, maendeleo kupata. Kusoma kaza na shinda, anza kuchuma matunda, maendeleo kupanda, na kwambia utapenda. Ujengaji wa viwanda, kusambazwa kila kanda, elimu bora kwa wote, maendeleo kupata. Sayansi isiwe kesi, kukua kwake kwa kasi, teknolojia basi, kila kitu ni rahisi, kuwepo kwa ufanisi, jibu ni chanya si hasi, elimu bora kwa wote, maendeleo kupata. Miji mipya yajengeka, mataifa kuinuka, jamii yanufaika, huduma nyingi kufika, uchumi kuongezeka, sababu kuelimika, elimu bora kwa wote, maendeleo kupata. Tamati nimeifika, sina mengi ya kusema, nadhani yamesikika yote niliyoyasema. Uwanjani naondoka, na watakieni mema, elimu bora kwa wote, maendeleo kupata.
Asanteni sana kwa makofi. Asanteni sana wote.
Asanteni kwa kunisikiliza kwa makini. Mimi ndiye mtungaji wa shairi hili Alice Akida John. Nilikuwa na mwenzangu mwimbaji wa shairi Sandrine. Tunashukuru, Mungu awabariki.
Tumeshuhudia onyesho la kuvutia sana kutoka kwa vijana waliowasilisha sanaa kuhusu umuhimu wa Kiswahili. Wacha tuwapatie makofi mengi tena. Wageni wetu wa heshima, Katibu Mkuu wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, waheshimiwa mabibi na mabwana, hamjamboni? Vijana mpo? Hamjamboni? Mramo? Napenda kuchukua fursa hii kuwakaribisha nyote wale mliofika kutoka sehemu mbalimbali za Afrika Mashariki na hata nje ya bara letu. Na kwa namna ya kipekee kabisa, karibuni sana katika nchi ya milima elfu. Ni wangapi kati yetu ambao tumesafiri kutoka nchi nyingine kuja kuwa nasi hapa leo? Wangapi wetu? Mpo? Rwanda ni nchi ambayo inapenda wageni na ninatumaini ya kwamba kuwa nyote mmejisikia mkiwa nyumbani. Jina langu ni Fiona Muthoni Naringwa na ni heshima kubwa sana kuwakaribisha kwenye maadhimisho ya 4 ya siku ya lugha ya Kiswahili duniani yaliyoandaliwa na Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki kwa ushirikiano na Kamisheni ya Kiswahili ya Afrika Mashariki pamoja na serikali ya Jamhuri ya Rwanda. Leo tunakutana si tu kusherehekea lugha yetu ya Kiswahili, lugha ya adhimu, bali pia kudhibitisha kwamba Kiswahili ni daraja la mawasiliano, mshikamano na maendeleo kwa jumuiya yetu ya Afrika Mashariki na zaidi. Kwa mara nyingine tena, karibuni Rwanda, karibuni kwenye maadhimisho haya muhimu. Kauli mbiu yetu ya mwaka huu ni Kiswahili, elimu jumuishi na maendeleo endelevu. Kauli yenye uzito mkubwa katika muktadha wa maendeleo ya kijamii, kiuchumi na kitamaduni. Waheshimiwa mabibi na mabwana, sasa ni wakati wa kusikia maneno ya hekima, msukumo na mwelekeo kutoka kwa viongozi wetu mashuhuri. Kwa heshima ningependa mjiunge nami na mkimpa mwaliko jukwani Rose Baguma, mkuu wa idara ya sera ya elimu katika Wizara ya Elimu ya Rwanda. Karibu. Wacha tumpatie makofi mengi sana.
Asante sana Fiona. Mimi si mgeni rasmi. Waheshimiwa wageni waalikwa, mabibi na mabwana, kwa heshima zote stahiki, habari za asubuhi. Kwa niaba ya waandaaji wa maadhimisho haya, napenda kuwakaribisha kwa moyo wa dhati katika tukio hili. Na kabla hatujaanza kabisa, kama alivyosema Fiona, tunawakaribisha sana Rwanda, mjisikie nyumbani. Na kabla ya ufunguzi rasmi, naomba kwanza kabisa kumkaribisha Katibu Mtendaji wa Kakama, Kamisheni ya Kiswahili ya Afrika Mashariki, ambaye ni Dr. Caroline Asimwe, yuko hapa.
Carolina Asimwe, who is with us today here just to wave a hi, and after this we are going to continue with the other items on the agenda. You have the floor, please.
Kanda. Okay. Mgeni rasmi, waziri wa mambo ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki.
Our guest of now, the Minister of
Mashariki na ushirikiano wa kikanda, Jamhuri ya Rwanda. Naibu Katibu Mkuu wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, mawaziri waliopo na wale ambao wanawakilishwa hapa,
ministers, dear delegates,
wabunge wa
honorable MPs from the IALA Rwanda branch, honorable senators, ladies and gentlemen, different institutions, dear guests and Kiswahili experts, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, I thank God for having given us this opportunity and for letting us in good health to celebrate this event. You know, this is an important day for EAC and for all speakers of Kiswahili around the world. Now, in a particular manner, I would like to express our acknowledgement to the government of the EAC, who did everything to make sure that these celebrations take place in Rwanda this year. I also take this opportunity to thank the Republic of Rwanda for having accepted to host this fourth celebration. And this on behalf of the East African community from 7th July when it was published by UNESCO as Kiswahili Language Day. And more particularly, my acknowledgement go to the Education Department as our host, but also the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for everything that they've done to prepare these celebrations. And we also thank the organizing committee and also the National Organizing Committee for everything they did to make sure that this event is a success today. Kiswahili of course, has its roots in East African region, but now it has become a Pan-African language and an international language. So today, Kiswahili is spoken by millions and millions of people around Africa and outside Africa. So it is a specific African language, which is now recognized as the working language of the African Union, and it is also one of the official language of the East African community, together with French and English. So, World Kiswahili Day is a particular day under the topic Kiswahili, Inclusive Education and Sustainable Development. So here we understand that Kiswahili as a language is not just a tool for communication, but also it is a tool for community development. And when we reinforce Kiswahili as a tool for communication, but also a tool for innovation, a tool for trade, promotion, and a tool that can ensure that communities get development, and in that way we are not only promoting a language, but also we consider it as a language, a tool that can facilitate sustainable development. The East African Kiswahili Commission, it is the branch of the AAC which has the responsibility to strengthen and to promote Kiswahili within the East African community and beyond. So the Kiswahili Commission believes that when Kiswahili is promoted, then it can beyond the area of education, but also to help meet other needs, the needs of vulnerable people, so that they can also partake in community development, since fundamental education up to higher education and up to the level of research, the issue of leadership. Kiswahili as a language is also a very relevant tool. So this time we are going to have a debate, and this debate will be around different issues related to development, and we are proud of the voice of the youth from East African community that will be heard in this event, which is going also to show Kiswahili as a tool for peace in the EAC region, and also a tool for innovation and technology development, especially the issue of artificial intelligence. And during our debate today, let's make sure that we provide to Kiswahili its place, not only in education, but also in issues around the parliament, issues of courts and the tribunals, in the area of politics and economics, but also in governance area, so that we can promote and foster our language that facilitates our communication. Let's make Kiswahili a development tool. Let's make Kiswahili a sustainable peace tool. Let's make Kiswahili a tool of sustainable development and African unity. Thank you very much for your kind attention and welcome to this event. Thank you very much, Honorable, for your opening speech. A round of applause to her, please. Yeah, it is true that this is our identity, our culture, our heritage as East African community. Now, I would like to welcome also the Executive Secretary, the Secretary General of the East African Community. Executive Secretary. The Deputy Secretary General, Honorable Andre, you are welcome, please.
Honorable James Kabrebe, Minister in charge of East Africa Community Affairs, Republic of Rwanda, and our guest of honor today, honorable ministers who are present here from all EAC partner states, honorable Yala members from Rwanda chapter, honorable members of parliament, honorable principal and permanent secretaries present here, ambassadors, development partners present here in our today function, honorable delegates from EAC partner states, Amjambo, habari zenu. It is a privilege and honor for me to be here today on the eve of the fourth EAC World Kiswahili Language Day celebration since the UNESCO declaration in 2021. I extend my sincere gratitude to the Republic of Rwanda for hosting this timely and important event here in the beautiful city of Kigali. As EAC, we appreciate all the partner states delegations and all the participants who have made it to attend to this important event. To the EAC Kiswahili Commission, thank you for implementing the Council decision and organizing this event. This year's theme, Kiswahili, Inclusive Education and Sustainable Development, which is the major focus of the discussion, speak directly to the challenges and opportunities before us. Kiswahili is more than a language. It is a tool for equity, access, and empowerment. As we gather here today, we are called to reflect on the powerful role of Kiswahili and a role that it must play in building an inclusive and sustainable future for our generation. Inclusive education is about giving every learner, regardless of background, ability, or language, the opportunity to thrive. And yet, across our region, languages remain a major challenge and a barrier. Children are still taught in languages they do not fully understand, limiting their ability to succeed. Communities are denied access to services and information simply because their language is not recognized. We believe Kiswahili offers a unique solution to this challenge. as one of the most widely spoken African languages and the only African language recognized by the African Union, Kiswahili can bridge gaps between policy and people, education and equity, tradition and innovation. This year's sub-theme, focusing on Kiswahili, artificial intelligence, and inclusive education, is also a signal to the future. As we move into the age of AI and a digital transformation, we must ensure that Kiswahili has a strong voice in the digital space. We must build AI tools, dictionaries, and applications in Kiswahili, not just to preserve the language, but to empower the next generation of African innovators. I am particularly excited about the engagement of youth at this event. Their ideas, energy, and creativity are the engine of our regional development. If we equip them with the digital tools and platforms in their own languages, we will unlock a new era of localized innovation, entrepreneurship, and peace building. Over the 2 days, we will hold rich discussion, cultural performance, exhibitions, and outreach activities that touch hearts and challenge our minds. We expect not just conversation, but action. We anticipate a policy impact that will inform education strategies across the EAC partner states and beyond. Let this celebration not be the end, but the beginning. Let us commit to mainstreaming Kiswahili in all the domains: education, technology, media, governance, justice, legislation, and development. Let us equip our youth with tools to think, learn, and create in their own language. Let us build a region where language is not a barrier, but a bridge in inclusion, peace, unity, and prosperity. May the spirit of unity, culture, and innovation guide our conversation and shape our future. Let us speak Kiswahili. Let us teach Kiswahili. Let us live Kiswahili. With this remark, I wish you all the best as we celebrate the World Kiswahili Day. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, Honorable Andrea, for your
thank you.
Really, indeed, the Swahili language holds great potential to really strengthen not only the region, but also our continent, as he did mention in the remarks. Mheshimiwa Andrea alivyosema, lugha ya Kiswahili ina uwezo mkubwa wa kuimarisha uchumi wetu na
develop to that Africa develops consistently. With respect, I would like to join us inviting the General Foreign Affairs Minister as well in Rwanda, in charge of East African affairs. Let's welcome him with all claps. How are you? I'm very happy. This is my first time to present my speech in Kiswahili. I think I'll try my best. Wherever I fail, please assist. My Kiswahili is not proper. It's not standard. It's just picking here and there along the streets. Honorable Secretary EAC, Honorable Minister of Education, Rwandan chapter, Secretary General EAC, Honorable Secretary General of EAC, Honorable representatives of MPs of Rwanda in the East Africa community, parliamentary, Honorable Senators of Rwanda Parliament invited, Honorable Balo Ambassadors of Tanzania in Rwanda, Honorable Ambassador of Kenya in Rwanda, deputies of universities from institutions of education of countries of East African community, honorable members from East African community, representative of Rwandan community from Rwandan Science and Education UNESCO, dear students and representatives of youth, honorable our guests, good morning. It's my honor to welcome you all in Rwanda to participate in this particular conference that has been organized for the sake of to celebrate for the fourth session Kiswahili as the international language. First, Rwanda has been honored to be the host of this particular conference for Swahili as African language. The evidence that it unites the culture of culture among our countries. Just to develop Kiswahili in the EAC community and to strengthen the East African community and facilitate collaboration among member countries. Kiswahili is used as a symbol of unity to East African community and strengthen unity. As well, it's a recognition of unification of people and a catalyst of peace and development. By emphasizing the use of Kiswahili in exchange of business in the free market of East Africa, doing business strong and opportunity to develop economy in the East African community. Business that East African community use to be essence or important within the internal markets as it develops investors and bordering business. The use of Kiswahili enhances business and relationship across the borders among the people of Rwanda and play part in national economy. As Swahili as a language, the Rwandan government recognizes Kiswahili as an official language, the fourth one, alongside Kinyarwanda, English, and Kifaransa. Finally, I would like to emphasize everybody to emphasize Kiswahili as an important language to unite generations present and the coming one. And therefore, I wish you all the best for the whole day. Thank you very much. Welcome to Rwanda.
Asante sana mheshimiwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable. A round of applause.
I would say that Swahili was actually perfect. Yeah, for a first timer. Let's also appreciate that. Wageni wetu wa heshima wametufungulia.
All our guests of honors have opened this meeting officially. They have told us that the Kiswahili language is very, very relevant, that can help us to develop our community. Now it's our duty, it's our common duty, collect.
Yeah? Tunahitaji kuitunza na kuendeleza Kiswahili katika maisha yetu ya kila siku. Je, tuko tayari kufanya kazi pamoja na kuendelea na kujenga lugha hii tunayopenda sana? Lakini mbona siwasikii? Tuko tayari? Okay, asanteni sana. Katika jukwaa hili, tunayo wasanii wenye kipaji cha kipekee. Leo hii watatupatia burudani.
Today they are going to give us an entertainment to kindle the sweetness of the language in Eastern Africa. And with a round of applause, please welcome Titi Brown with his band for his artistic presentation, this pitching. Is he ready? It's in Kiswahili. Where are they? Where are they?
What a wonderful phrase. Hakuna Matata. Ain't no passing craze. It means no worries for the rest of your days. It's our problem-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata.
DJ Kilo.
Deep blue one touch.
Mama, ay, mama, ay, mama, ay, mama, ay, mama, ay.
Como savana, aye savana, aye savana.
Como savana, como savana, como savana, como savana, aye savana, aye savana, aye savana, aye savana, aye savana, como savana.
Soldat semble ndengezi. Mon ami Gaël, Lindo Ijo, yeah.
Jamani, imependeza sana.
So beautiful. And this is really a particular demonstration of art. And thank you, our young people, for performing this in a particular manner. A round of applause for them once more. They have highlighted the particularities of the culture from East African community. These were Titi Brown and his band. Now, after this performance, this particular performance, let's follow the speech from one of our guest selector, Nyamugabo Cyprien. Let's welcome him with a warm welcome, please. No, it's not.
Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi,
honorable ministers, honorable member of IALA, honorable Secretary General of East African Community, good morning. I'm so delighted to be with you today in this debate, an important debate regarding Kiswahili, inclusive education and sustainable development in East Africa. When we start this debate, I would like, first of all, to thank everyone for reporting here and to work together so as to strengthen our language, Kiswahili, and also to sustainable development. Well, ladies and gentlemen, today we are here, gathered here together with joy and gratitude for the 4th commemoration of World Kiswahili Language Day. As we celebrate this language, we reflect on its importance in our lives, especially in the relationships among the member states of the East African Community. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, now, when we speak of the Kiswahili language, ladies and gentlemen, let us just hear that when we speak Kiswahili, in fact, we must feel that it's our language, the language of our identity, of the majority of us in the East African community, but also our heritage. For our unity and cooperation in Eastern Africa, a language that connects people from diverse cultures and regions across Africa. So Kiswahili, as just I was saying, connects people from diverse cultures, especially our East African community region. And here we have Kinyarwanda as our mother tongue, and others having their own mother tongue. So it connects people from diverse cultures across Africa, especially in our East African community. In today's world of science, technology, innovation, and globalization, Kiswahili continues to play a vital role in strengthening solidarity and mutual understanding among us. Looking at inclusive education, we must remember that, ladies and gentlemen, that the goal is to ensure that every student, regardless of their background, has equal access to quality education. We need to invest in education systems that respect and elevate Kiswahili as a language of communication. Kiswahili is the language that unites all of us in this East African region. It is a language rich in culture, history, and values tied to our communities. Kiswahili is an official language of the East African community and also of the African Union. Ladies and gentlemen,
hebu niseme kwamba katika kujenga jamii bora, elimu inabaki kuwa msingi muhimu sana. Elimu jumuishi ni muhimu kwa kila mmoja. Bila kujali uwezo wa
student, whatever, make sure that every child, whether a boy or a girl, has the opportunity to learn without any barriers, especially those caused by difficulties in understanding the Kiswahili language. Beyond that, inclusive education means taking into account the needs of learners with special needs and unique challenges. We need to create a learning environment that supports everyone to participate fully in all educational processes. This will provide our young people with the opportunity to be well prepared and become the leaders of tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, about sustainable development. In relation to sustainable development goals, we must remember that education is a vital tool in achieving these goals. Sustainable development cannot be realized without inclusive, quality education that transcends language and culture boundaries. It is our responsibility to ensure that Kiswahili is used in development initiatives, including in trade, tourism, and other key sectors. By doing so, we will be able to improve the living standards of our people and promote the economic growth of our countries. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, there are challenges, but there are also answers to these challenges. My dear friends, even though we celebrate this important occasion, we cannot ignore the challenges facing this language, Kiswahili. We are not intimidated by these challenges, but we must bring them to light so that we can confront and overcome them. For example, there is a shortage of learning resources, a lack of Kiswahili teachers, curriculum gaps, and limited access to modern technology. In addition to this, there are negative attitudes toward our language. We must work together to find solutions to these obstacles so that Kiswahili continues to thrive as a strong means of daily communication in all aspects of our community life, fostering meaningful change and sustainable development. It is our responsibility to address these challenges through effective strategies and collaboration among governments, non-governmental organizations, and the entire community. My brothers, we should work together, celebrate together, and sensitize one another. Brothers and sisters, even as we celebrate this important occasion, we cannot ignore the challenges, but also songs in Kiswahili. And I hope that we are going to be entertained with these songs and that we are going to dance them. So, I urge you to be fully involved in this event so that we can understand how Kiswahili can be a tool for happiness. Ladies and gentlemen, during these festivities, let us use this moment as motivation to uplift our spirit. Let us demonstrate the passion and enthusiasm to use Kiswahili every day as we participate in various activities such as poetry, performances, and dialogue. I encourage each of you to take part wholeheartedly. Let us speak with one voice, celebrating the language that unites us, And before we leave, let's use this platform to call for inclusive education to be made a priority in our communities.
ya kusherehekea lugha hii, na kabla hatujaondoka kutoka hapa Rwanda,
And before we leave Rwanda, I urge you also to take advantage of this opportunity to call for inclusive education, which is a tool for community development. Ladies and gentlemen, dear brothers, our language, Kiswahili, is a good language. Let's love it, let's nurture it, let's strengthen it everywhere. Thank you very much. And let us start our discussion with the energy and enthusiasm. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you, Honorable. Thank you for reminding us. Thank you very much for this reminder. Thank you for telling us the place of Kiswahili and for insisting that it is a tool for development. All of us, we have to work together and make more effort. And all of us, we are together to work together in this journey, isn't it? Or no? Are we ready? Are we ready to go together? Okay. So now this is the end of the opening session. And this has been a very wonderful opportunity to start our discussions. Now we are going to split in two groups. Now, if you want to join the youth symposium, please go to the tent. We have the protocol which is ready to guide you. And if you choose to join the symposium, you may stay here. Now I invite my colleague Jackie to come forward so that we may continue these discussions. Jackie, you're welcome. Okay, let's welcome Jackie with a round of applause. Thank you. Dear technicians, what has happened? Thank you very much. Let's applause for my sister Fiona, please. She has done a wonderful job, isn't it? She has done a wonderful job. I see. How come that you can speak Kiswahili so fluently? And since when did you start to speak Kiswahili? It was when I was still a student at secondary level or higher level. No, it was a secondary education. Yeah. So, and also, that is when I started also to stand before a crowd of people and speak in Kiswahili. In fact, you have spoken very, very good Kiswahili. We thank you very much for that. So, honorable ministers, honorable guests, dear guest, how are you this morning? How do you feel this morning? Are we ready? You look dull. What's going on? What's up? What is missing? A coffee, a cup of coffee, or a cup of tea, or what? Okay, so I think that we're going to dance. We're going dancing. Just like Honorable Senator said, we need to be energetic. We are here because we are important people, but also because Kiswahili is an important language. So now I would like that we are still energetic, that we are going to move and dance. Thank you very much. Now, just like my sister Fiona said, this is the end of the first section of this event, which is the opening ceremony. And very soon we are going to join different areas for a coffee break. Then after that we will come back. First of all, I would like to recognize our guests, all honorable guests who have traveled from abroad to join us in this event. So we are very delighted to be with you. This is just the beginning. My name is Jackie Lumbasi, and I'm very delighted to be with you here. I'm really delighted to welcome you in Kigali. So I would also like that we remain seated while our guest of honor will be going outside. Then for 10 minutes we'll have a coffee break, then we come back here. We are going to have another group, just like my sister Fiona said, and the protocol will guide us to join the second team that will be gathering in the tent. And I know that we are going to have very useful and relevant discussions. So thank you very much. Now let's let our guest of honor and other guests to go outside while we'll be seated. They will be guided outside of the gathering, and after this we will also go out and then come back here after 10 minutes. Thank you.
We are going to the tent down, and for those who have a part of us can go down to the tent. That's where we are going to enjoy our cup of tea and then come back for furthering the day.
Kuna hema kule nje, mtaelekezwa na wahudumu wetu tufike kwenye hema tuweze kupokea hicho kikombe cha chai kisha
we should go down to the tent. That's where we are going to be served a cup of tea, a cup of coffee for those who enjoy coffee.
Nadhani tuko tayari kuanza.
I think we are ready to start.
Ningeomba kwamba ratiba yetu ikianza tuweze
when we start, we should come and come closer and avoid using our phones and make sure they are in silent mode. What is silent mode in Kiswahili? I don't know, but it means remain silent.
Mfumo wa kimya? Mfumo wa kimya.
Shukran. Tafadhali simu zetu za mkononi tuhakikishe ziko kwenye mfumo wa kimya. Yes, tafadhali. Alafu tusiwe tunatembea tembea Mgeni wetu wa rasmi, wageni, waheshimiwa mawaziri, waheshimiwa wabunge wa hapa Rwanda, wabunge kutoka nchi zingine ambao wameweza kututembelea, waheshimiwa wabunge wa Iyala, walimu, wadau wa Kiswahili, mabibi na mabwana, hamjamboni.
By the East African Community, Council of Kiswahili Language and the Republic of Rwanda. We are here not only for empty words, but also to express our identity. As you heard it, the motto this year is inclusive education and sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, in November 2021, UNESCO announced that 7th July is Swahili Day in the world, and it's a very great honor that this is the first African language to be given a celebration day, and today it's a language that's being used by 2 billion people who are speaking Kiswahili. I said 2 billion, said more than 200 million are now speaking Kiswahili. You heard the message from different speakers today, and right now we are going to take this opportunity to listen to experts on the message of this year, but we are going to talk about the promotion of this language, and of course with the help of the stakeholders, going to have the Executive Secretary of East African Community, Professor Duniani Simala. Let's give him a round of applause while he's coming up to the stage.
Samani sana.
I'm sorry. I started identifying you, leaders at the high table, together with other delegates, fellow delegates who are attending the celebration of today. Good morning. My name is Duniani Simala. I'm a Swahili teacher at the University of Science and Technology at Mosindo Muliro in Kenya. And I'm so delighted for the honor I was granted by the East African Commission of Kiswahili, Kakama, for starting this big topic on relating to Kiswahili inclusive education, and other issues that are of concern in our region for sustainable development. What we're going to do, we have agreed with the various delegates, especially those who have been or planned the way we are going to proceed this panel discussion. I'm going to give instructions in general, and together later it's going to stir up the ideas from different discussants, and everyone is going to be, who is here is going to be involved. What I'm requesting is to say that the issue of Kiswahili, inclusive education and sustainable development is just like one question, like one issue, one matter, or just three subject matters that are very crucial in the unity of countries. And this is evidenced from the efforts that have been rolled out by the United Nations on these three aspects. And for this, I commend the East African Commission for Kiswahili for the idea of organizing, of thinking about this, this celebration, and should be considered the way Kiswahili can be associated with involved in inclusive education in order to make sustainable development successful in Eastern Africa. Because in the region of East Africa was initiated in order to build up unity together with sustainable development. Kiswahili has been given honor with the East African community, and this has evidence the way Kiswahili can make, can produce successful communication, connection, and sustainable development. So your presence here as we celebrate this day, and this has been really evidenced, earmarked by the United Nations, and this is so important so that we can interact and together with, you know, with ideas that will foster or support Kakama in assuming its duties and responsibilities for successful integration and sustainable development. But let me come back to where I started, where I said Kiswahili, inclusive education and sustained by the United Nations is that Kiswahili education, or the peace education successful. There's various reasons, and I'm going to name only two. Swahili can promote education for peace. I want to show the connection between Kiswahili and inclusive education. The second reason that has been advanced by the United Nations is that Kiswahili language has that capacity to share, to make people share sustainable development. And there are about 7 reasons, not less than 7 reasons have been advanced by the United Nations. But what I'm trying to say here is that this is a value, a respect that the whole world has granted the language, the Kiswahili language. And we really need to congratulate, to commend UNESCO and the United Nations for that honor they have granted Kiswahili. And I would like to say here that all the efforts have been rolled out by the United Nations, have been stirred up by ambassadors from the region of the Eastern African community. So we, needless to say that we have to commend our ambassadors from Eastern Africa region who have joined hands to mobilize all the African group as to really emphasize that Kiswahili has been given value in Paris, and last year it's been recognized by the United States. It's very important. So Kiswahili has a space in the world. How did the world identify this in Eastern Africa? In our own countries, we also recognize the importance, the crucial importance of Kiswahili. And why should we downgrade the space of Kiswahili in our countries? This question should receive answers later. At the African Union, Swahili has been given value. It has been recognized among the official languages of the African Union. Swahili is the only African language that has been given that status in the African Union. The efforts that have been made in Addis Ababa were initiated by the ambassadors from Eastern Africa, and together with the ambassadors from the Southern African Community, SADC, and together the success that was achieved in Addis Ababa was a result of the efforts were rolled out by Kakama. There was a very huge symposium in Dar es Salaam, and there was a statement on the value of the importance of Swahili in the African continent, and this has been recognized by Akala, that this matter should be brought to the African Union, and thereby Kiswahili was recognized. Dear honorable ambassadors, leaders from the Eastern African community in attendance, please give us space, please, because the statement that was sent by Akalan, until now it remains in Arusha. Nothing has been done to it. Despite that, I took part in that statement, and Akalan did the best to promote it because it had a very nice goal, and AU did what it could. But Akalan used the effort, took advantage of the efforts from Kakama. The higher commissioner in Addis Ababa, who is in charge of languages, has once stated and commended Kakama for the huge work they had done for the recognition of Kiswahili. I don't know how many also recognize that. I would require Kakama, and together with the leaders of Eastern Africa, together you should promote diplomatic efforts and push our ambassadors who are in Paris, in New York, and Addis Ababa, and congratulate them for the efforts they have already done. And at our level, do something, because Kiswahili is already recognized, but that's not enough. More importantly is applying. What are we going to do as Eastern African community? Inclusive education.
Kuna matamko mengi, kuna maamuzi mengi ambayo
we thank our leaders who have volunteered to value Kiswahili. Kiswahili is an official language of the community, but the value is not enough. More, we need implementation. President, what do presidents want? What they need is, what they need, presidents, I mean, of EAC. The contract of the EAC should be harmonized to recognize Kiswahili. That every country of the EAC community has to select Kiswahili as an official language. Every country. Which countries, how many countries within the East African community do recognize Kiswahili as an official language? The Council of the Ministers of EAC unanimously decided, even those who never took care of that every country should have a Council of Kiswahili at national level. How many countries within this EAC has that council? The Council of Ministers wanted every country to have a party of Kiswahili. How many countries that have complied with that request? What's the problem? If leaders of the countries say what should be done, why don't we implement what is needed to be? The world is recognizing, AU recognizes. What are we doing, we ourselves, who know what to do? In short, tell me, what is inclusive education? That is an idea that has been there in existence for quite a long time. The history is very long. But let's relate with the EAC and Kiswahili. Long years ago, in fact, many years before the declaration of UN, all countries in the world never provide education to everybody. Some of the people, some kids were discriminated. They were discriminated maybe because of their physical problems. They are not fit physically, so they were to be separated from. They were not involved with their colleagues. This happened all over the world. The incapability, which includes the incapacity of listening and speaking, they were discriminated. But after the formation of UN and the United, it was informed because of the rise of war and other conflicts in the world. The United Nations was formed to build peace, and when peace is built, it's a base of development. Within 1945, a year later, the United Nations declared education to be the right to every child. Therefore, every child has to be educated, regardless of his physical well-being, being lame or not, not able to listen or not, or he can listen. He can speak or he cannot speak. He has that right of access to education. The start of inclusive education. Every child should participate. So when we see education in East Africa, it was before the colonialism. Colonial education never valued children, so most of them were discriminated. They were just left behind, abandoned. But when we got independence, things changed. So within 1960 to 70, during our eras, children were to be part of the education. I mean inclusive education. The schools of such people, special schools, were initiated. Let's involve those with incapabilities. No, there's no need. No, they should not be given the other schools. And those, so special schools were scattered here and there. But that did not involve every child. So it seemed that like children are still abandoned in the community. But UNESCO made a research, and the results within 1953 revealed that even if you teach people any education, when you do not use an understandable language, it's nothing. Therefore, the UNESCO proposed that education should be delivered in languages that students can understand. The main problem were in African countries because of many languages that were prevailing. Environment of Europe and America. There were not many languages. Therefore, the idea of inclusive education never included language because researchers and educationists were from Europe and America. Africa never was not involved within the whole concept. Therefore, because of the research of UNESCO, every effort should be done to ensure education is given or delivered in a language, a clear language to the students. What should be done that our language, our local language, 94, when UNESCO, Salamanca in Spain, had a meeting. Inclusive education should be involved, should be part and parcel of the education. Those people with incapabilities should learn, be taught together with those who are capable, physically fit. So within our countries, within the education system, things weren't changed. So they were involved. They were actually joined together to start together. But the same year, the same conference happened in Senegal, Dakar, for the first time in Africa. And it was recognized that still problems were in existence. And it was re-emphasized that no child should be left behind, they said. Regardless of his incapabilities, he speaks or not, doesn't speak. The language should not be a barrier to deny a student education. So, conferences were done. España, Senegal, decisions were delivered. Our countries were signing the agreements that were going to implement. How many countries did implement? The Declaration of Salamanca about children of incapabilities, or the children were to be involved. These things do happen up to date. Efforts are being done. Even when children were involved, still discrimination went on. But this person studies with us, but he cannot speak. He uses sign languages. He says this person is a wonderful person. What is he doing? But we think, but because these sign languages are efforts that demonstrates that our values, our governments are doing a great job. So we congratulate the government of Rwanda to have attained such a step. These efforts come out of the UNESCO 2016 about the people with incapabilities, those who need a sign language. These efforts are now prevailing, and people are still alienated, discriminated, despite these efforts in existence. Therefore, still, the inclusive education is still a challenging matter in this world. It has been recognized that these people have been involved, but they don't benefit from it. Parents who have such children, they feel weak in such an environment, that their children are being abandoned. Every individual sees them as a wonderful, abnormal people. they live, they have never attained any goal. How many schools in our countries that are doing efforts to ensure that children with special need are inclusive together with their colleagues? At such schools, what is happening in Kiswahili? We need Tanzania. They have been in forefront to explain to us what is that sign language is applied in the system. How shall it be applied to demonstrate this? That education is not only that is being delivered at school. Education can be also obtained about the media institutions, East African countries, or through the media institutions, news, announcements. Sign language is being applied. Do media institutions have such experts? Are they there or not? Those are the issues to be questionable. Let's not look at education as of system only. Before the conference, inclusive education involved primary schools only. And that's the reason why special education was at the primary school level. Only few, a second level. From that time, it's a condition that education, inclusive education, should be part and parcel of this exercise. Do our countries, how many countries that has that policy of inclusive education? Maybe an issue of language, how it is revealed. There is a lot of things to discuss about. Finally, on education, sustainable development, a community and family as a whole, sustainable education, those changes do happen in human life, and this is sustainable. Not changes that in the afternoon disappear. Therefore, the United Nations on the issue of development goal, it emphasizes on education, and within that there is inclusive education. How is the situation today in East African community countries? Do we implement that? Is there the Commission of Swahili can contribute, because there's no development which can happen in human life without communication, and communication cannot be in existence without language. And it's not just a language, it's a language which is clear to the users, a language which is understandable to the people is a mother tongue, with wider vision. In East Africa, Kiswahili has been valued as a language in a wider range. How does the Kiswahili Commission facilitate this to be understood? There is a lot of challenges about implementation of inclusive education, among which is the general idea, general ideology of Kakama, and implementation of this policy, among which the challenge is that the lack of capital, law, and experts. How many teachers of sign language? How many experts who can interpreters and the translators within our countries? There is a lot of challenges that we need to sort them out ourselves. We have a lot to speak. I think the most important, we do recognize the role of the Kiswahili Commission in EAC in facilitating such things that look like challenging so that they become simpler. I do believe within my heart that the Commission has an obligation. The Commission will succeed if it is given capability, not only by wealth, but by to have been given contribution from its stakeholders, among which we are ones. Let's enable the Commission to provide ideas, to give them directions. The Kiswahili Commission to discuss all this so that to advise the Council of Ministers of East Africa, so that to advise the countries, member countries of EAC. Therefore, I would like to conclude by opening this conference debate by contributions and ideas, and the best thing to kickstart, the best place to kick off is to ask the basic question. And before I do that, some of you, of my colleagues, who had something to add up, a little bit, who have been selected purposely, so that all together we can contribute ideas, so that at the end of the day we get ideas from the people about what we have been discussing. And that's the reason why these preparations which have been set. So I'll ask 4 people of my colleagues, 5 I think, who are given such obligation. If there is an additional point, if there is an, please come forward. But when we do that, let's ask ourselves or one another that that's about 7 years since the Council of Ministers of Eastern African countries proposed that every country should have the Kiswahili Council. Every country accepted that. They said it is very important. And the reports were signed that they do accept, comply. All countries complied that Kiswahili should be an official language within the country members, member countries, because of its value. Very important. The United Nations know that. It has the value in the African Union. Do Kiswahili has value in our countries? The basic issue is to ask that. Which steps that we have attained within our country in implementing Kiswahili Council? Because all of these words and its importance, without the Council of Kiswahili, there's no success at all. It will be like a pilot within a plane or in a lake or an air, but it has no direction. He'll sink, he'll fall, he'll get an accident because he knows no direction. Therefore, I would open the debate with contributions. The Kiswahili Council, have we started or not? Or we do not have need to speak about this? Is it a secret of every country? Now, let's ask this way. Let's follow the order of alphabetical order. Burundi is according to alphabetical order. Burundi comes first. Is there any Kiswahili commission in Burundi? Anybody with information? Stakeholders? Any stakeholder? Is there Kiswahili Council in Burundi? Is there any Kiswahili Commission Council in Kenya? I'm a Kenyan. There's no Kiswahili Council in Kenya. I'm a stakeholder from Kenya. Despite the efforts applied, decisions made, Council of Ministers, I was requested that time, and I contributed my ideas how to prepare cabinet memo. The council members of Kenya, ministers of Kenya decided about this, but nothing has been done. And after Burundi, where do we go? Now Rwanda comes next. Yeah, DRC. Is there any Kiswahili Council in Congo? Now, these are the challenges that we are having. It means there's a confusing situation within our countries. Without even mentioning countries. One of the countries has a council. Tanzania is the one which has two councils, Bakita and Bakiza. What about other countries? Tanzania, what is the importance of Kiswahili Council in your country? Thank you, Professor, for your presentation. You have gone far beyond testing us. My name is Musati from Tanzania. And I'm together with me, I have my colleague from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of EAC. I hope he will contribute a bit. And an issue of Kiswahili Council of Kenya is a historic one. It was initiated in 1967, so a very long time. This issue is related straight to what we know today, because that then you are professor, but also entertainer. As you said, colonial education actually wanted to do the same as they do in their countries, but after the freedom, the countries started sorting out differences, that they should solve their own issues. At Tanzania, they had that vision, who will govern. There will be in small groups that are under the chiefs.
And one of the assets, one of an asset of a country is to have its own language. In Tanzania, we have more than 20 languages. Now, President Nyerere by then would have chosen his own mother tongue, but based on his wisdom, we know that they have a very far-fetched vision. They wanted one language, and that was Kiswahili. So Kiswahili, in fact, had that advantage of a lingua franca, that is a language that was spoken by people from Unguja who would consider it as their mother tongue, but many people in Tanzania, they had their own local languages. But Kiswahili then was the language that was uniting them in trade. We know that even in Germany, they also started teaching Kiswahili. So we created this Kiswahili Council to make easy the program of Kiswahili teaching and education. That was the overall goal and the purpose, because the National Kiswahili Council has 3 levels. We have the language, then we have the teaching section of Kiswahili, and we have also the other branch, which is about the terminologies and the dictionary, but I mean also the writing, the drafting of a dictionary, and even the issue that we are debating now of making better, reinforcing, because here I'm going to talk about COVID-19. We know that that was a worldwide pandemic which affected not only Tanzania but East Africa and the entire world. So now, during the COVID-19, in fact, it was an English acronym, an English name. And in fact, the COVID-19 came with sanitizers, hand sanitizers, and all these were new concepts. And when there is an issue, in fact, the biggest issue by then was that Tanzania and the leadership of the National Council, they sat down, they tried to brainstorm, because this is what they do. And in fact, it was to come up with a vocabulary, and then we call it Uviko 19, which is the equivalent of a COVID-19. That is COVID-19, ugonjwa wa virusi wa corona 19, and then we have kutakasa mikono, that is hand sanitizers, vitakasa mikono. So that is in fact the way that was coined to mean sanitizers. And when you have such a challenge, when there is something new, or when there are new concepts that we think we need in Kiswahili, then the council is there to coin those new terminologies. And in fact, they don't work in a closed or in a vacuum. So they are a team of professors who sit down, who sit together, and they have ordinary sessions. They have also relationship with the different stakeholders. They also try to assess from the population, when we use this term, will they understand, and then they make a decision whether we can use it in Kiswahili. So this is the second section. Now, the third section, it's about interpretation and translation. We know that there are many people from Rwanda and other countries who come to study in Tanzania. And when they go in the National Kiswahili Council, then they will go to Bakita to get translation. And the issue is that we must have one public institution that is entrusted with that responsibility of translation, of interpretation. And so sometimes you should avoid to have incompetent interpreters. Okay, thank you. That is. Thank you very much. And now we are going to have also the testimonies from other countries. But with this, we understand the relevance, the importance, the usefulness of a council of Kiswahili for every country. And in fact, there is also another message that has been given by the representative of Tanzania, and which sometimes we seem to overlook. In fact, His Excellency, late Nyerere, he's praised loudly all over the world for many things, many achievements. But in fact, one single thing that when we meet with other friends from different corners of Africa, and even from outside Africa, so something that makes our pride, it is how he is lauded, praised by Nyerere, the way he used a language to unite different communities from Tanganyika mainland, and to build one nation, the nation of Tanganyika. That is one, his biggest achievement. And then Nyerere used also the same tool, the Kiswahili language, to unite two independent countries, Tanganyika and Zanzibar, to come up with the United Republic of Tanzania through a language. And in fact, people say, how come a language can build national unity? And in fact, what is true is that our countries are faced with a lot of challenges. Challenges, in fact, that are triggered by different languages from different tribes. But here we have our culture, we have something that we need that to trigger patriotism and our nationalism, and then build up united nations. So we cannot talk of East African community without having nations. We need to build nations at first. And so each country needs to come up with unity. You cannot build East African community that is sustainable, that is developing, without unity at national level. And late Nyerere has built the foundation for us. So we really need to appreciate him for that. In fact, even the presenter said that these countries, I mean Tanzania, has identified early Kiswahili. And then they started to implement a public policy with the aim of ensuring that we have national unity. So programs have been put in place, strategies have been also put in place to build that foundation for Kiswahili, including having a full ministry responsible for Kiswahili, and then also to have different institutions that are responsible, but also to prepare a public servant. And in fact, our colleague is from the Kiswahili Council. That is where he is employed. Many of our countries are faced with these challenges. And there are a number of countries within the EAC, because I'm from EAC region, and I know these issues for true. There are countries where, even though they don't know where Kiswahili Council and
sisi ndio tunatakiwa. Kwa nini tupiganie fito ili hali tunajenga nyumba ile ile moja?
Tunaweka wapi Kiswahili? Wizara ya Utamaduni,
creative economy. Jamani, tunahitaji mabaraza ya Kiswahili. Tunaomba wahusika walioko hapa, mnapokaa kwenye vikao vyenu, mfanye maamuzi. Tunahitaji mabaraza, au sio jamani? Mabaraza ni muhimu. Je, katika nchi nyingine hali ni vipi? Kuna yeyote ambaye angependa kuchangia? Haya mambo magumu, watu wengi hawataki kusema. Ama hayafai. Naam. Utatueleza jina na kule unakotokea na utoe mchango wako.
Mimi ni wa humu. Asante sana. Kwa kweli mambo uliyozungumza na kushukuru sana, umetueleza mambo mengi sana. Lakini umeinsisti sana juu ya elimu jumuishi na maendeleo endelevu. Lakini cha msingi ni Kiswahili. Kiswahili ni lugha ambayo kama kila lugha, unapozungumza lugha unazungumza utamaduni wa wazungumzaji wa lugha hiyo. Tanisamehe lugha, sauti yangu sio nzuri. Kama ulivyosema, Tanzania ni kubwa, ina makabila 126. Kila kabila ni entity, mnajitosheleza. Wana utamaduni wao, wana lugha yao. Mimi nimebahatika kuwa mwalimu pale kwa muda wa miaka 30 na kitu. Mwalimu achukua nafasi ya kufundisha Kiswahili katika shule za msingi, na akaweka tulikuwa tunafundisha wanafunzi muda wa saa 1 kufika mpaka saa 9:30 tunaanza masomo ya watu wazima. Mimi nilikuwa nasimamia masuala ya elimu ya watu wazima. Tumefundisha kwa muda kuanzia mwaka 67 baada ya Azimio la Arusha mpaka mimi nimeondoka. Mtihani wa mwisho tulifanya mwaka 1992. Tulikuwa tumebakiza watu katika taifa zima, watu 9% tu ambao walikuwa hawajui kusoma na kuandika, na hao walikuwa na matatizo ya kiafya. Lakini kitu ninachotaka kuzungumza kwa lugha ya Kiswahili, Kiswahili ni lugha ambayo imeunganisha, ikavunja ile entity ya kila kabila. Wamebaki kama mwalimu alivyosema, lugha ya kienyeji imebaki ni lugha ya kutambika tu. Lakini lugha ya kitaifa na shughuli za kitaifa zote zinafanyika kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Na Watanzania wote, wazee, vijana, wote wanazungumza Kiswahili kila sehemu. Sisi hapa kwetu Rwanda, Kiswahili kina nafasi ndogo. Kina nafasi ndogo. Kwanza tuna lugha yetu ya kitaifa ambayo ni lugha yetu. Wote Wanyarwanda tunazo. Hatuna kabila. Kusema kweli, Rwanda hakuna kabila. Wanyarwanda ni kabila la Wanyarwanda, wanazungumza Kinyarwanda. Mzimu wao ni mmoja, dini yao ya asili ni mmoja. Aliyeleta kwamba kuna kabila na wasio Wanyarwanda walioko hapa, muondoke hapa mkijua kwamba Rwanda hakuna kabila. Kabila zilizopo ni za kisiasa, za kikoloni. Hatuna kabila. Sisi tuna lugha yetu ya Kinyarwanda, utamaduni wetu wa Kinyarwanda. Sasa tunaambiwa tujifunze Kiswahili. Kiswahili ni lugha ya Kiafrika. Nataka kusema kwamba Wanyarwanda na mimi nikiwepo, hatujaona umuhimu wa Kiswahili. Hilo ndio tatizo tunalo. Challenge. Tunajifunza Kiingereza ambacho ni lugha ngeni kabisa kwa Wanyarwanda. Alafu kuna Kifaransa ambayo ni lugha iliyoanza kufundishwa tangu zamani, tangu mkoloni alipoingia. Sasa hizo lugha mbili zina nafasi muhimu. Mtu asiyezungumza Kiingereza ama asiyezungumza Kifaransa hajasoma bado. Huyo tunazungumza hajasoma. Lakini nadhani hata Kenya ni hivyo hivyo. Na Kenya mna tatizo hilo. Mna makabila na kila kabila linazungumza lugha yake. Ukitaka kuzungumza kwa Mkenya ambaye ni mkulima kabisa, hajaenda shule, utalazimika kuzungumza Kiingereza. Utatafuta mkalimani atamsaidia, lakini Kiingereza ndio lugha ya kitaifa. Kongo kule, nadhani juzi mmesikia katika matatizo waliokuwa nayo, serikali au viongozi wakuu walikuwa wanatafuta watu wanaozungumza Kiswahili ni adui. Kuna wengine walikuwa wanafungwa kwa sababu wanazungumza Kiswahili. Sasa ngoja nirudi hapa kwetu. Nilikuwa naomba kwetu Kiswahili, faida tuliyokuwa nayo na ni muhimu, ni kwa sababu tuna shida ya kuhusiana. Tunataka tuhusiane na watu wengine wa Afrika Mashariki. Wakongomani wa East Africa, wa Eastern Congo wanazungumza Kiswahili. Wa Tanzania wanazungumza Kiswahili. Wa Kenya wanazungumza Kiswahili angalau. Na nimefurahi nilipokwenda Kenya, nimesikia watu wanazungumza Kiswahili, nilifurahi sana. Kwa sababu ninapokuwa Kenya, ninapokuwa Tanzania, najisikia niko nyumbani. Nilikuwa na tamani kila Mnyarwanda anapokwenda Kenya, anapokwenda Tanzania anajisikia nyumbani. Na kujisikia nyumbani ni kuwa na utamaduni mmoja wa lugha moja ya Kiswahili. Tukizungumza Kiswahili sote tutakuwa ndugu, kwa sababu tutakuwa na utamaduni wa Kiswahili. Bahati mbaya bado ukizungumza Kiswahili au ukisema mimi ni Mswahili.
But if you say that I speak Kiswahili, then when you talk to Mnyarwanda, he will know that you will think that you are Muslim. But now, very slowly, this is being sorted out. So I think that for my brothers, Rwandans who are here, I would like to request them to use Kiswahili. Because this is a very useful language. You know that we are a closed country. We are a landlocked country. We do not have access to the sea, and we need to communicate to have access to the sea. So we need to communicate with people who are living. So that is one of our benefits from Kiswahili. So we have to get united with our brothers from East Africa. You know, when you go in Tanzania and you speak English, you will have very few people who can speak Kiswahili. In Kenya, you'll have many, but if you speak Kiswahili, in fact, you will feel at home in Kenya. So what I would like to say, I would like to thank you. I thank you very much, because I see our authorities are represented here. We do not have a Kiswahili council, and I don't understand what does it mean. So we must be truthful. Without a council, there is no Kiswahili. And if we have a council, yeah, we will discuss with the ministry responsible for education, you know, languages. Here they are dealt with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So for students, in fact, they are under the Ministry of Education. And what is also interesting, they are now studying Kiswahili in the schools, and we have teachers, but in fact, the vision, we don't understand where they are going. Thank you very much, brother Hamani. And you know, when you become old, it's a sign of blessing, because God has wished you to be there so that you can give the voice of wisdom. And in Rwanda, we do not have a council. And Mzee Gahamanyi is sharing his experience from different countries. So when he's speaking, and in our cultures, we respect elders, because elders, in fact, they see far more than youth, more than young people, because they know, they are knowledgeable. So there is something important and interesting that he has mentioned, that people think that when you have many languages, you have challenges. No, different languages are not a challenge at all. And in fact, Europeans made us believe that we should not love our languages. They said one nation, one language, just a way of getting rid of our languages. And in fact, a language, you know, it cannot kill people like a gun. A language cannot take machetes and slaughter people. So we can speak the same language, but if you have bad ideas, we can destroy one another. But we can speak different languages and share a common goal. And the example is just next door here in Tanzania. Language is innocent. So in fact, our languages are our cultural heritage. We need to promote our languages. And in fact, I recognize President Kagame in a meeting when, in fact, he talked about Kiswahili and multiple languages. When we tried to advocate for Kiswahili. By then I was working in the Kiswahili Commission, and there was a challenge in the parliament, the IALA, Parliament for the East African Community. When I was invited, the questions were, now, our languages, Kiswahili is going to swallow our languages. No, Kiswahili cannot destroy our local languages, and that is one of, in fact, the advantage that are recognized to Kiswahili. So Kiswahili is not an hegemonic language. Kiswahili is open to other languages. Kiswahili can learn from other languages and vice versa. And in fact, Kiswahili is a language that is based on a friendship. It's not an hegemonic language. So do not fear. Do not fear that Kiswahili is going to destroy other languages. This is not relevant. We need to nurture other languages. If you go in the EU, the European Union, in fact, their language policy of the European Union is not national languages are recognized. And in fact, each EU member, in fact, they are encouraged to learn at least 4 languages, 4 European languages. Here in Rwanda, there are people who speak Kinyarwanda. Professor, Senator, you speak Kinyarwanda fluently, you speak English, you speak French, you speak Kiswahili. And you've never been brought to King Faisal Hospital. The professor is aching, is sick of speaking many languages. You can speak multiple languages. And now, why not also urge our population to learn different languages? Why do we want to just stick to our local languages and put barriers to other languages? Yet we need up to 10 languages because when you take a breakfast, I know that you will still need. And for the remaining 10 minutes, I don't know if there is another contribution. If there is no further contribution, okay, I see a hand there. Your name, please. Thank you, Professor, for giving me the floor. And thank you for your contribution, which I do appreciate. My name is Mwalimu Papaswa. I'm a Kiswahili expert, and I'm really a true lover of Kiswahili. I'm from Nairobi, Kenya. Professor, you know Kitengela. It's just next to Namanga Street, going to Namanga. Ilda, congratulations for your wisdom, your wise advices. And in fact, I congratulate Tanzanians because if you listened carefully to the Ilda, he said that most of his life he was in Tanzania. And in fact, that is where also he has his roots. Now, let me come back to the issue of Kiswahili Council. In fact, Kiswahili says that when you say truth, you are a lover of God. And in fact, Hilda just said true that in Kigali, Rwanda, that you don't know, you don't have a council. That is true. And I'm really proud of your truth. Our brothers in Tanzania, we will continue congratulating you, but I will tell you that going first or going fast is not reaching your destination. But if we continue also to put effort like the one that have been underscored by Professor, I know that we are going to have that safe competition. You know that in life you can compete, but in a positive manner. Now, the issue of council, Professor, especially when I'm talking on my behalf and maybe on behalf of Kenya, I know that you've carried out research regarding council in Kenya, but these are my personal opinion. And there are different issues, different obstacles to have a Kiswahili Council in Kenya. That is in my opinion. First of all, it is the scarcity of experts who would push that vehicle that we will call council, because Tanzania will tell that running a council, it's not easy. It's not an easy issue. You must have people who know the vocabularies, the lexicon. You must have experts in research. So now, my question is, do we have those experts? Of course, we are vying for a council, but do we have those experts? Because if we do not have them, that is an issue. That is in my humble opinion, and this is one of the reasons why we are not moving forward. We are not making progress regarding the issue around a council. Number two, Professor, and if I'm mistaken, I know you will correct me. You know, in Kenya, we are a very democratic country. Tanzania, I also recognize that you have your democracy regarding the language, but on the political side, I don't know. Let's leave it for the experts. And in Kenya, you know, a leader can invest 1.2 billion to build a church. So this is maybe 1.2 billion Kenyan times 2. It's more than 10 billion Rwandan francs to build a church. In fact, which is not a priority in our constitution, but it cannot use the same amount, for example, to put in place a Kiswahili council. So then we sometimes do not understand where our priorities are in terms of investment or in terms of public money. So that is why I really congratulate you brothers from East Africa and urge you to have a plan to invest in putting in place a council. Of course, the churches are good, and myself, I am a Christian. However, it is, in this case, a council is much better than building a church. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Yeah, in fact, that is the issue of democracy. In churches, in fact, they use Kiswahili. What we want is just to have Kiswahili prosper. So now let's forget politics and speak Kiswahili. Now, I'm going to ask our MPs from IALA, the East African Parliamentary Assembly, whether they can also try to share with us about the decisions of the government of East African Community, and all this has been achieved thanks to the work of IALA. And as a citizen from EAC, I'm urging IALA MPs to go back at what you have been doing and to follow up closely and try to understand why member states who signed this policy have not yet been able to put in place councils. IALA, you gave money to the East African Community.
Capacity assessment, you directed us to do research on capacity assessment. You gave us a budget. Those of you who were there, even those who were not there, you read. You gave us a budget. We did research, capacity assessment. And among the findings were from citizens of East Africa that each partner state needs a national Kiswahili council. Those were feelings of citizens of East Africa. They are in our report, capacity assessment. IALA, you invested money in capacity assessment. Kiswahili Commission made recommendations. They were adopted by council. Could you follow up and find out why implementation is a problem? If it is a problem, give Kiswahili more money, Kiswahili Commission more money, so that they implement what is not. Please, Kiswahili Commission, you have a role to assist partner states in establishing Kiswahili councils. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can you follow up so that at least you add some little money to Kiswahili Commission? We need more money so that you assist partner states, Kiswahili Commission, move around to find out, move around with members of parliament to find out why we're having challenges with implementation. You gave money, assessment was done, recommendations were done, they were sent to IALA, they were sent to council, council adopted, each partner state signed, they agreed to institutionalize Kiswahili by making it a national language, official language, and by establishing Kiswahili councils. What is the problem? Waheshimiwa Wabunge, I know that's a very easy task. Handle it. Help us deal with that. Ulikuwa na kitu cha kusema? Dakika moja ndugu yangu? Nashukuru.
Asanteni sana.
I'm not very good at this.
Nitachukua muda mfupi sana.
Dakika moja. Kama muda mfupi dakika moja sawa.
My name is Leo Sekimana from Rwanda. Just wanted to provide my point of view about Kiswahili in Rwanda. And today, I'm studying Kiswahili in Rwanda as I'm working on the Board of Education. I know the status of Kiswahili in Rwanda. First of all, I do congratulate the Rwandan government. I can see a stride forward has been made about Kiswahili development in Rwanda. Suppose what I can see in education, Kiswahili in the earlier days, Kiswahili was at the lower standard, but today it has improved. For example, at second school level, in all Swahili is being educated. This is a very positive step to be happy with. And the other projects we have, for example, we had Kiswahili was taught in schools generally, but today even second schools now, technical schools now are having Kiswahili as a lesson. As we can see today, people from different colleges and different institutions of education were invited. For example, when you analyze, go down to the tent where the youth are. There are people from different colleges, people from different boards and different institutions. This confirms that Kiswahili has gone a step ahead. So I do congratulate Rwanda, as long as we know that Kiswahili is an official language. And I personally, I learned Kiswahili, and I have the master's degree in education and in Kiswahili. The others can give their witnesses, despite the fact that we still have challenges. Still, we tried our best to promote Kiswahili. As I end up, please let's join one another hands. As I said earlier, with my colleague from Kenya, we are speaking about Kiswahili development. We have to do that so that it becomes more better. Joining hands together. What are we missing? Think about what but through collaboration, development shall be attained. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Actually, the efforts that all step you have achieved, if you had the Kiswahili Council, you would have far away. But this is not enough. We urge that it is not enough. Until where you are today, you still have an initiative. Therefore, let's put more efforts and think beyond what you have attained today. Think about bigger. Think bigger of what we need. Now, let me ask my sister here and explain more about where we are heading to. Thank you, teacher. I'm asking to speak in English. Now, about the ceremony, I'll speak Kiswahili, but allow me to speak French. Balozi Margaret kutoka Uganda. Ninaishi hapa Kigali.
I would like to speak briefly about a language, about languages. To me, I would like to look at Swahili as a tool towards Pan-Africanism. If the whole of the Eastern region can manage to speak that one language, it would be a step towards our regional integration. Also, language is culture. When we speak these other attained and foreign languages, we are really diluting our culture. Some aspects cannot be expressed in foreign languages. And even when they are translations, there are some words and phrases which cannot be thoroughly translated to bring out the exact meaning. So I would love to look at Swahili in that positive aspect. First, as a culture, and also as a source of dignity. When we meet as East Africans, I'm from Uganda, if I meet someone from Kenya or from Congo, and we are among Europeans or Americans, if we are able to speak in one language, it gives us our own dignity. Instead of having to speak in English, then they hear what we are saying. We cannot even backbite anybody. We cannot speak any secrets. So I would love to look at it in those three positive aspects. One, towards Pan-Africanism, then as a culture, and also as a source of dignity. But in addition, Swahili, much as I don't speak it fluently, when I hear its tone, it is indeed a language of peace. It is a language of reconciliation. There are many words which calm us down. Wacha, wacha, wewe, kidogo, pore, pore. Those words, you cannot translate them directly from other languages. Otherwise, for the case of Uganda, I've tried to find out The Swahili Council is in its final stages. It's almost being established. And I know that Swahili is also being taught in schools, despite that pending formal aspect. Asante sana, murakoze cyane.
Thanks so much, Your Excellency, Ambassador. Those are the good news we want to hear. We're in the final stages. That's encouraging, very encouraging. But you've mentioned something which is very crucial, Kiswahili and Pan-Africanism. You know, long time, before even independence on the continent, there was a meeting held in Bandung, 1953, and it was for countries in the South, Latin America, Africa, and Asia. The question was, how do we fight colonialism? And in that meeting, the general feeling was we need a common language for the South. And among the candidates, contending candidates, the languages that were considered for the whole of the South, the global South, was Kiswahili. 1953. And it is from that meeting that a Pan-African Kiswahili radio was established in Cairo. And it was a language, Kiswahili became a language of liberation on the continent. Radio ya Kiswahili ya kwanza ilianzishwa Cairo, Misri.
The first Kiswahili radio was initiated in Cairo. Nkrumah was among the initiators. Tanzanians were part of this initiative. Sekoture also supported this move. Sekoture supported. We want one language. Abdul Nasser of Misri said we want one language, Kiswahili. Haile Selassie of Ethiopia, Kiswahili also supported this move. Mwalimu Nyerere all said we need one language to unify Africa as a single language. Even before that, during the 18th century, our Africans who were taken as slavery out of Africa, Africans in diaspora, African katika diaspora,
ask themselves a very simple question, basic question: what is our identity? They said it can't be skin color. It can only be language. So what language do we need to identify ourselves as Africans? What language can unite us, Africans of the diaspora? Leave alone the Africans of the soil, those ones on the continent. Those of us in the diaspora, they asked themselves in the 19th century, they all agreed, Kiswahili. Kiswahili has a long history. Je, Waswahili wenyewe tunatambua umuhimu huo? Naomba nikamilishe kwa
actually recognize the value of this language. Let me
dakika moja kisha tutakamilisha. Mjadala utaendelea mchana baada ya chakula. Nimeambiwa tuna fursa ya kuweza kujadili mambo haya. Kwa hivyo Profesa, karibu sana.
Labda sina mengi ya kuongeza.
I have no lot to add on.
Katika nchi zetu za Afrika Mashariki, si Afrika Mashariki tu.
Not only East Africa, but Africa as a whole and beyond Africa.
Kiswahili. Sababu Kiswahili kimeshakuwa lugha ya kimataifa. Hapa Rwanda
probably here in Rwanda, as you have just mentioned it, we first started preparing those who will help us build up the Swahili Academy and teach. We have started the Swahili Council. We currently till now we are on the master's degree level at the University of Rwanda, and many universities have also initiated teaching Kiswahili, and there is an office that is in charge of Kiswahili within the Ministry of Education. And together we said we should first start with the experts who can give us support in establishing strategies and make and expand Kiswahili in all of our districts. And we have started getting these experts because, as you see, most of our secondary schools have departments and streams that are teaching Kiswahili, and there is another time we started learning Kiswahili, and there were a lot of disruptions in Kiswahili because they were associating Kiswahili to Islam. That was long ago, but currently now here in Rwanda, we have now experts like you, like me, like any other. So now people have positive attitudes towards Kiswahili, and this is helping us to promote Kiswahili here in Rwanda. And for that, we have started a Kinyarwanda Academy, and very soon, slowly, the Swahili Academy is going to start once we get experts who can help us promote the language. And very importantly is that we get all the Rwandans understand the importance of Kiswahili from all the districts all over the country, and everywhere in the country. When you pass by, you hear people speaking Kiswahili. Another thing, Honorable, even Kinyarwanda has a lot of most of the vocabulary we use in Kiswahili come from Kinyarwanda language, and we are using those terms, and Kiswahili helps us to build and improve our Kinyarwanda vocabulary. For that reason, Kiswahili, I do believe, together with Kiswahili and the remaining things, we need to sit and see how we can establish a Swahili Academy. We have already established the Kinyarwanda Academy. We have experts who are going to take charge of the Kiswahili Academy, and we continue teaching Kiswahili in our universities. We started teaching Kiswahili in secondary schools, and till now we now have people holding PhDs in Kiswahili, and all this being done here in Rwanda by our lecturers who studied in Tanzania and in East Africa, and many other friends from Eastern Africa are coming to give us a hand, and little by little we're going to have a Swahili Academy soon. Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you very much. I'm asking you one thing. As an educated person like me, whatever you have done in Rwanda, put the country as the horse.
Theory. You need theory, policy, and practice. Kwa hivyo, baraza linahitajika kwanza.
It's important to have a council, but it's important. You will be more successful if you have, the council. If you apply, that will be very, very important.
Council as a policy instrument, it makes policies. Then institutions, academic institutions, or education institutions, media institutions, and others implement. So we need to help our governments to understand. You need an institution, which is the council, to come up with policies which institutions now will implement. What we are having is implementation without policies. Na hapo ndio kuna changamoto kidogo. Tunachosema ni kwamba Rwanda mmepiga hatua nzuri, lakini bado kuna mambo mazuri zaidi ambayo mnaweza kuyafanya. Hatukatai, lakini don't put the cart before the horse. It is supposed to be the other way around. Kwa heshima, au sio jamani? Asanteni sana jamani, nafikiria tutakamilisha hapo. Naomba samahani sana kwa wahusika, tumechukua muda mwingi, lakini nitawarudishia wale wanaohusika. Tumeelezwa kwamba mchana tukirudi tutaendelea na mjadala. Tukirudi tutazungumzia sheria, sera
na changamoto ambazo zinakumba maendeleo ya Kiswahili katika Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Asanteni sana jamani. Jamani wanaohusika, Patrice.
Asante Profesa Nyani. Niko hapa.
Samahani sana dada.
Unajua kwanza umekula dakika zangu kama 15 hivi. Sijui utanilipa pesa ngapi? Na zitakuwa mafaranga.
Nipige magoti hapa.
Umesamehewa. Maana umefanya kazi nzuri sana. Umetuelimisha, kwa hivyo hebu tumpe makofi tafadhali. Umefanya kazi nzuri, tumekusamehea. Ndugu zangu, imefika wakati wa kuchukua mapumziko. Nimewashukuru sana kwa kuchangamka, kwa kutoa maoni, kwa kuuliza maswali. Hiki ni kipindi cha kwanza. Kutakuwa na awamu nyingine ya kufanya mazungumzo. Tutaweza kuuliza maswali na tutaweza kutoa maoni. Kwa sasa twende tupate mlo. Si ndio Imefika saa ya lunch. Wacha nirushe hilo neno la Kiingereza hapo. Imefika saa ya lunch, tafadhali twende mburudike. Wametuandalia kule chini. Wale ambao wamekaa mstari wa kwanza, kuna dadangu mahali pale nyuma atawasimamia. Mpango wenu ni yeye atausimamia. Wale ambao wamekaa mstari wa kwanza, wale tumeketi kwingineko, tutaongozwa, na hata usipoongozwa, chakula cha mchana kimeandaliwa kwenye hema. Kule ambako tulikuwa mapema, kule ndiko tunakoenda kupata chakula cha mchana. Bon appétit, mburudike. Tuonane hapa baada ya dakika ngapi? Saa 9 itakuwa vyema, si ndio? Hatuko wengi sana. Tutaweza kupakua haraka na turudi hapa saa 8. Samahani. Saa 8. Asante. Tuonane saa 8.
Okay, we allow you again a few minutes before you come in the hall so that we can start with other sessions of the day. I hope that you were satisfied by the lunch that was prepared for you, and thank you very much for coming back in the meeting hall at the right time. Now, we are a few minutes late, and this is because, in fact, we also were late when we went for lunch, and we should be starting at 2:15, and if everyone were there, we would have started, but I see now it's 14:23. This means that we are now a few minutes late. So welcome. I'm just going to allow you a few minutes before we can resume with our discussion. So I'm going to give you 2.5 minutes for those who are not yet seated to do so, and those who decided to network, they may continue. Just 2.5 minutes, and after this I will come back to you to resume with our meeting. here I am interpreting for the Swahili Day. This is me, that is me, interpreting for the Swahili.
Mabibi na mabwana, karibuni tena kwenye awamu nyingine ya sherehe.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once more. Welcome back so that we can resume with our meeting to celebrate this fourth Kiswahili Day. And also please remember that we are going to give you bags and t-shirts. We are going to put on those t-shirts tomorrow. I think that you have the agenda for tomorrow, and you know that we'll be starting by a walk. And after this, this afternoon, you are going to be given a bag, each one, and a t-shirt. I don't know how you call t-shirt in Kiswahili. Okay, so it's just called a t-shirt. Okay? Now, I don't know if there is someone who knows what is a t-shirt in Kiswahili here.
T-shirt.
Okay, my sister t-shirt is called a shati tao. Shati tao, that is t-shirt in Kiswahili. And after this, I'm going to explain a shati tao. So I'm also expecting to get my shati tao, my t-shirt, and I will be with you tomorrow. So let's meet just next to the tent. And please, we should be having our t-shirt, our shati tao tomorrow, and then you're going also to have your bags, each one with his own bags. Okay, please, that is really good. Kiswahili, long live Kiswahili. So now, yeah, I see Professor Inyani. We are going to discuss about the challenges and progress that have been made in the area of Kiswahili. Of course, we have been talking about these challenges, but I think that it's better we continue discussing also the way forward. Professor, where are you? You have the floor, please. Thank you very much. I know that we do not have enough time because they tell me we only have 45 minutes, which is not too much. And to be able to do this, I think that we are going to examine a number of issues around the challenges, but also we have to come up with a number of suggestions regarding Kiswahili, what we can do to move forward. And to start this talk, I would like to invite three presenters, or it's three panelists, and we are going to give to each one of them not more than 5 minutes, because all of them will be sharing 15 minutes, and after this we are going to give the floor to the audience, and then we are also expecting to have your suggestions, because these recommendations are very useful. So to start with, I would invite Mr. Basina Gayo from the University of Rwanda. He is a university professor who will make us understand the value that is given to Kiswahili in Rwanda. And also, Professor, I would like you to focus on the use of Kiswahili in press agencies, in the media, in media agencies in Rwanda. So, Professor, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Professor. My name is Pascal Basigayabo, just like you've been told. And in fact, I'm a professor at the University of Rwanda. First and foremost, I would like to thank those who had the floor before me. And I know we have learned a lot on this, but to start with, I would like first of all, to speak about people living with disabilities and what is done for them, especially at university level and higher education institution. So we really would like to thank the university or the higher education institution for everything that we've been doing to support people living with disabilities, and especially blind people. They get support, and especially in their education, they have devices that they can use to be able to follow the lessons, and during exams they have also their specific spaces where they are catered for. And in fact, progress is made in public universities. However, we need also to work more with independent universities so that they can also start this program to support these people, these students, these disabled students and other vulnerable students, because when you visit a number of institutions, I mean the universities and colleges, nothing is done to support this category of learners. And if we do not do anything, then we cannot achieve our goal, which is inclusive education. Then the other issue that I researched before coming here, it is the status of Kiswahili in media. Just like we have learned, you know, media channels are other opportunities to disseminate Kiswahili. But when you try to understand the status of Kiswahili within the media, you'll find that the space is quite tiny. And, you know, we do have public TV stations and even additional radio stations in the private and the public sector. Then the question is, why Kiswahili is not given enough space? Yet Kiswahili is one of the best communication channels that can be used to spread news, to spread information to mass, I mean, to the public. So after carrying a kind of a survey with journalists, then I found out that there were 4 radios only that had Kiswahili programs, but also the time allocated to these programs is not enough, and topics that are discussed, in fact, they are not relevant to all types of audiences. And so this is an area for research so that we can reinforce, we can also broaden the space that is given to Kiswahili in the media, because, you know, media are one of the best channels to promote the use of Kiswahili. And sometimes you may have only the national radio and the national TV, public radio, and maybe just 5 radios are the ones that have some kind of Kiswahili programs. And in fact, just like a professor said, it is now the right time for the government to invest funds to reinforce Kiswahili and then promote inclusive education. Without much ado, I give back the floor to the professor. Thank you very much, Pascal. In fact, these views from lecturer Pascal are very important because, you know, inclusive education, of course, it rests on primary, fundamental education, but here we have examples also from universities. We have universities that are now embarking also on this issue of inclusive education, and for that research is needed. And, you know, findings from university research like this one should be spread in East Africa so that we learn from others. We know what is being done in Rwanda, in Tanzania, in Kenya, in Somalia, in DRC, in Uganda, in Tanzania, what is being done there. So it is important also to reinforce research. And these are the issues that we are going to focus on, especially regarding Kiswahili. So now I would like also to invite another lecturer from the same University of Rwanda. It's Mr. Ntawihanga also, who is going to tell us still something about Kiswahili. Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much for giving us, sharing with us these lessons, which also have shed a light on Kiswahili, inclusive education and sustainable development. Yes, it is true that our countries have still efforts to make in this area, and our country, Rwanda, is also prepared in developing policies that would contribute to promoting the use of Kiswahili through inclusive education, but also to make sure that sustainable development also is taught. Now, we would maybe wonder how inclusive education and sustainable development are involved in this. In fact, inclusive education and sustainable development also are taught in the Faculty of Education in Rwanda, and in these tracks, we make sure that the student is given the knowledge, the know-how that is relevant to these two areas, and also to ensure that they are equipped with the required knowledge, the required ethic, conduct, and we have different tracks, and all these tracks also are under track number 21, and which is important to just for everyday life. And we have, for example, innovation and other issues, and all these in fact are discussed, and we do all this to make sure that our students, our graduates, they are equipped with the skills and the knowledge that is important for sustainable development. Now, regarding inclusive education, there are also a number of tracks and courses. They are cross-cutting, in fact, and these cross-cutting topics make sure that we also educate a citizen who has the skill to contribute to the development of his or her community, where they hail to contribute to peace and to other aspects of importance for the community. So to educate a citizen who is able to contribute to the development of the country and also to the development of our region in general. Now, coming back to the progress made by Kiswahili, maybe we may say that there are a number of things that have been made, such as the Kiswahili education, and all these contribute to giving more value to our language, Kiswahili. For example, now Kiswahili, after it has been considered as an official language in Rwanda, more than 10 higher education institutions are now teaching Kiswahili. So this should make us proud because tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, I mean in the future, we are going to have people who will be able to make their living from Kiswahili. Because among these universities, we have public universities, we have also private or independent universities that also prepare people who will contribute to making our economy grow through different skills that are being taught in universities. For example, at the University of Rwanda, I will not stop saying that in this university there is a program that has been put in place to promote promote Kiswahili. And because we have observed that our students, of course, they did a good performance here when they were giving testimonies, but also performing music that made us entertain, and all these are the fruits of the policy that has been put in place. So this program has got a section that is responsible for Swahili education. They teach Kiswahili, even though they are students studying Kiswahili in other languages, but in our universities, there are students who do not study Kiswahili. So now, this club has been put in place to make sure that Kiswahili is taught to other students who do not study Kiswahili, so that at least they can have the fundamentals of Kiswahili and use it in their lives. So, in fact, this club is trying to do something, and now they have branches. They have only 4 branches in different universities in Rwanda. But what is the goal? The goal or the vision is to make sure that this club will have branches in more universities and more secondary schools, and even in other higher education institutions, in colleges, and all this will contribute to promoting the use of Kiswahili. And then we, as Rwandans, also, we will bring our contribution to the regional development, where we will be working in partnership with others in the economic area and also in our East African community. So now, among the strategies that have been put in place, I really would like to recommend that this program be supported and make sure that it can achieve its goals, such as spreading Kiswahili in Rwanda. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Okay, this is a very inspiring example. And just like I said before, when you have policy are from councils. So that is why I'm really urging Rwanda, please put in place a Kiswahili council. Then you will come up with the relevant policies. Thank you very much for this example. And now to conclude this, would like to invite Dr. Aida Muteno from the University of Kabale in Uganda, who is going also to share with us maybe 1 or 2 ideas regarding regarding Kiswahili teaching policy in Uganda. Thank you very much, Professor, for giving me the floor. My name is Mutenya Aida, and I work at the University of Kabale in Uganda, and I'm going to talk about inclusive education in Uganda. And first of all, I would like to say that too many things have been done in Uganda since the decision of UNESCO of 1987. And then after independence, also the Declaration of Salamata, our Constitution of 1995 also provides that education should be inclusive. That is, it should include disabled people. And we have also a department that is responsible for disabled people under the Ministry of Education. And since 1997, our government came up with a law which is education for all at a primary level. And then after this also, they extended this law to other students, at secondary level, and to achieve this inclusive education. By then, the aim it was literacy, to be able to read, to write, and also life skills. Then in 2008, we realized that that was not enough. After the vision of UNESCO, we sat down and then we said, we have also to teach them languages, or let's use languages also in primary education. Because, when a child is taught in his or her mother tongue, this will make it easier. And we used local languages in Uganda, and in fact, not all languages spoken in Uganda that were used. Maybe we have 5 or 6 languages only, when we have around 56 languages. So even though we did that, but using indigenous languages was still a challenge, using them as the medium of instruction. And so this policy did not really contribute to achieving what was aimed in the area of inclusive education. Then the language that was chosen, it was not Kiswahili, that were just our indigenous languages. And even though we did that, but we faced a number of challenges in this, the implementation of this policy. First of all, our limited budgets in Africa, because you know, many schools do not have even a budget, and when you say you are going to use the local languages for schools where they do not have teachers, they were not able, for example, to hire a teacher. The policy itself, in fact, was not clear enough. It didn't say that how we are going to use that language, where and which language should be used. So there were gaps in that policy, and so we didn't achieve it because we didn't clarify which language we should use for all of us, and because the aim, in fact, it was that all of us, we should have access to education in spite of our origins, our ethnic groups, or our languages. So now we had the challenges, the first one being a budget, limited budget, but also lack of infrastructures, because when you want to educate a child, it's just not going in a classroom and educate, but you have also to see the environment, the learning environment, so that the child can be put in the right environment, the infrastructures that will allow me to commute from home to school, to be able to write, to read, or you just want me to be in a classroom and say that I've been in a classroom. Okay, so then the second issue also, it is teachers. I know that my brother talked about teachers, but what do they learn? If it is a language, how do they learn it? Do they have strategies or teaching methods that are relevant to students living with disabilities? Or do we have also some specific institutions or schools for them? And then also teaching aids. When you are preparing schools, but the books that we write, how are they also? How do they commensurate? Because we have some students who are blind, others are deaf. So we should have also aids and devices that would support them in addition to books. Or what do we do for this category of a student? And then how can we ensure inclusive education if we do not cater to the specific needs of this category? Yes, we have data from our countries. I mean, the information about students in special needs, and it's not only about the children. So, in fact, inclusive education, it's about all of us, and sustainable development also requires all of us to work together. And after this, we have also different visions, not only regarding a parent themselves. Professor somehow said that there are sometimes parents, in fact, who do not show up, and even at a school, you know, teachers themselves sometimes they consider a child with disability as a child who does not deserve the same education of others, and this is also another issue. So we have also to remember that there are some children who are more advanced, and we tend to forget that we have also to care for this category of children so they can support others. If you are, for example, in a child in P2, in P3, so how can you make use of these brilliant students to support other students, especially those living with disabilities? And then, so I think that today, what should we have a policy on inclusive education? East African education policy. Instead of just saying inclusive education, why not talk about an inclusive policy, an inclusive education policy? In Uganda, in higher education, we teach Kiswahili in every faculty, in every track, in every section, so that a student, a medical student, for instance, or a legal student, someone who's living law, all of them should learn Kiswahili, so that he should not be just a medical doctor trained for Uganda or a lawyer trained for Uganda. That is why we are also advocating for an inclusive education policy, so that all our graduates can be at the same level and then have achieved this sustainable development. But we also need to come up with data. Professor, you said that we need to do research. In fact, now, these member states, do they own data regarding children with disabilities or the infrastructures that should be built? So you see, this is also our responsibility as researchers. We have to research on that, so that if we have another meeting like this one, where we need inclusive education, we must have data at hand, because for us to have that policy, we have data, and also the different departments or ministries that are responsible for education. We should also try to come up with the strategies to support children with disabilities, and let's sensitize also parents who are reluctant to bring in these children at a school, so that we can support them. Let's make use of technology that we can leverage to support these children. Professor, this is my end given to the time that was allocated to me. How many minutes left, please? Okay. No. Thank you, Professor, for giving me this opportunity also to talk in this fourth celebration of Kiswahili. My name is Nsangabatuare Clement. I am an MP from the EALA, the East African Parliament. So just I would like to support the person who talked about the number of people who speak Kiswahili in Rwanda. Now, according to the general population census 2022, 0.6% of Rwandans aged 15 years and older are able to speak and to write in both Kinyarwanda and Kiswahili. That is almost 56,000 Rwandans. And after another research that was carried out by researchers from the University of Rwanda, the knowledge of Kiswahili in Rwanda has increased from 0.3% in 2002 to 0.32 in 2022. So this is just to mean that Rwanda is making efforts in promoting Kiswahili. This morning we have seen students from the university who speak Kiswahili, and they also performed songs in Kiswahili. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable MP. So we are discussing challenges. So now I would like us to conclude.
Mambo ambayo anayasema mheshimiwa.
What he is speaking is very important, together with the other colleagues who have spoken earlier on. Maybe within 10 minutes, to propose. These proposals belong to us as members of the South African community. Those who say, why should we use no pen while we have the pen? The council is there and it has been given accountability to give advice to the governments of the state members, country members. The council is there. It has an obligation. It's the highest level of administration. Our government leaders, they're there. What they need is to get advice, proposal, and it should be given from the councils, EALA. you have a main obligation. It's not enough to say that Kiswahili should be an official language. You need to make a follow-up to ensure it is being implemented. And what, if at all, a problem happens? What step is taken against this? So I'm going to open the floor so that you give opinions. But you have, first of all, just to ask our parliamentarians from the East African community that the little success we have been having in developing Swahili has come from Iyala. It gave us money, a lot of money, and we did achieve a lot. We feel proud of what we do. The problem that I encountered, the commission of East Africa is yours. It was the small budget, tiny budget, because many people do not understand. In the EAC, the Kiswahili Commission gets a very tiny budget, very small. The rest, budget inabaki kwa katika section nyingine. Kwa hiyo kuna hali ya ushindani. Please, I urge East African Iyala MPs. I'm giving an advice that the money that you are going to give, please volunteer yourself. Go to the East African member countries. Then oversight.
You move around partner states and find out what the challenges are with policy implementation. Why is it that we don't have Kiswahili commission, Kiswahili councils? Is there anything you can do with your counterparts in partner states? So I'm appealing to Iyala. I have to be very careful not to.
Thank you so much, Professor. Nashukuru sana. Jina langu ni Fatuma Ndangiza.
My name is Fatuma Ndangiza. Iyala is the East African Community Parliament. It is from by the law. It is just a representation. Wakilishaji katika masuala ya kisheria kama Iyala.
But I want to say that Iyala, some of us have been there for almost the last 2 mandates. This is our second mandate. And one of our commitment was to challenge our partner states to make Swahili an official language of the community. We've been pushing through motions, through legislation, and today we are happy that at the level of the Summit of Heads of State, Kiswahili has been recognized at the level of Heads of State as a formal language of the community. But of course, the challenge is amendment of Article 137 of the treaty. So we've been pushing our council because after the heads of state, the second level is the ministers of EAC through the sectoral council on legal affairs, which is mainly our attorney generals who are in charge of now amending that Article 137 so that Swahili is not only a lingua franca of the community, but becomes a formal or an official language of the community together with French. And as I can say today is that we've been informed by the council to the community that the attorney generals have been meeting. They started with experts to do an amendment of this article. and there's great progress, but we can assure you, we are here representing Rwanda, EALA Rwanda chapter, that we shall continue pushing so that this article is amended as soon as possible. Because without the amendment of this article, we can talk about, everything. You have to work through the treaty. So this one is our commitment, and we know the council is all committed, but we need to ensure that this is done. So that is number one commitment on our side, representing our colleagues. The other issue that we've been having, and we hope the executive secretary will have time to engage with us. We've been listening from morning. Kisikiliza Rwanda, wana juhudi nyingi tu. Kenya, Tanzania, wanachama wa Afrika Mashariki wanajitahidi kuendeleza Kiswahili kama lugha ya Afrika Mashariki. Lakini tukiwa hatuna sera ya Afrika Mashariki itakuwa ngumu sana, na baraza kama ulivyosema. So we need to engage with the executive secretary. We want to know what is the challenge of this community to have an EAC Kiswahili Commission. Because if the heads of state are committed, the highest decision-making body, the treaty is in the process of being amended, we need to have a policy to harmonize all these efforts. Because even when you talk about baraza, it has to be embedded in the policy. So for us, we think a policy of EAC of Kiswahili is a priority. And we want to hear from Kiswahili Commission what are the challenges. Because as we speak, we're in the budgeting process. But these are the issues we want to know and to support, as you said, not small things. We know there are also other priorities, but for us, these are priorities. Yes, so that we can have value for money. The priority maybe shouldn't be a strategic plan. It should be setting barazas. In the morning, we listened to the experience of United Republic of Tanzania, very advanced. But we also learned there is a correlation between the creation of barazas and the enabling environment to promote Swahili with leadership, political will. Mwalimu Julius Nyerere had the will, and we know most of our leaders have the will. So we need to know whether Kiswahili Commission has provided guidelines on the creation of Kiswahili. So for us, we want to commit that we shall do oversight through the relevant committees, but we need to interrogate with the Kiswahili Commission so that the barriers to realization of Kiswahili being a language of the community at the level of policy, legislation, and the requisite resources are raised so that as members of the assembly, we can do our part. Thank you so much.
Mheshimiwa, I can't add more. Thanks so much for that commitment. That's why you are our representatives, and we shall never tire to keep making demands. Thanks so much for that assurance. I believe the leadership of the East African Kiswahili Commission is here. Take advantage even before you go back home. Engage our members of parliament here. They'll talk to their colleagues. We must move. Mheshimiwa na waheshimiwa wengine, asanteni sana kwa kujitolea. Na language policy, East African Kiswahili language policy. Talk to the members of parliament what the problem is so that we move. And like they have said, that is the basis of having Kiswahili councils. You give guidelines because the protocol provides for that. You give guidelines to partner states. Alafu jambo la mwisho waheshimiwa is to have a Kiswahili Act. It's a recommendation I left before please help us. Kiswahili Commission is now 10 years old and we don't have an act of parliament. It's your work also. So EAS Kiswahili Commission, engage members of parliament. These 3 issues, Kiswahili Act, East African Kiswahili language policy, and the whole issue of Kiswahili councils. Our members of parliament have the secret code to unlock it, I believe. So do that. Now, we are beyond time. I believe the rapporteuring team is capturing that. That's a recommendation that they engage the members of parliament, and members of parliament are going to do their part. Mheshimiwa, you have something? Very briefly, because we are going to another place.
Thank you very much. I want to appreciate Honorable Ambassador Fatuma for the previous submissions. I'm Françoise Umuchiza. I'm also a member of parliament at the East African Legislative Assembly, Yala. I represent Rwanda. And I want just to add on the previous submissions that at Yala also we have a saved bill called EAC Cultural Heritage Bill that has got under its provisions, the provisions about promoting also Kiswahili as one of our cultural values, identity, and also like safeguarding what we have as a heritage. We also have language. And when we talk of language, utamaduni is culture, and we also talk of values, promotion. And I don't know how we maybe, as you wait for that standalone law, we can be supporting this because it's a safety bill. I'm the mover, and I'm ready to work with whoever wishes to support this bill because it's a private member's bill. And I urge UNESCO, for instance, to join these struggles that we can have it enacted and assented to, because without deep researches, we can't have it on board. So it's what I wanted to add that is there. Yala is committed and we want to take this to another level. Thank you very much.
And this is the kind of partnership we would like to see in EAC. And Mheshimiwa, I can assure you, any issue that you need evidence based on research, reach out. University of Rwanda, there are people here, they need to do research. We are colleagues, we are partners in other countries, colleagues in universities. We need to support our members of parliament so that they come up with very strong bills, bills that are going to stand. When they become acts, they are going to stand time. People can look at them and say they make sense. But our members of parliament can only do that if we give them support by doing research and giving them evidence. We need evidence-based policy-making process. We need to assist them. Reach out to University of Rwanda, other universities here. Reach out to all these universities belong to East Africa. We are willing to assist. Apart from that, we also have, like in Tanzania, Bakita, they've been there. They know this. So any assistance you need, and of course, we cannot do that individually. We shall need to be coordinated by East African Kiswahili Commission. So send a message to Kiswahili Commission. I want evidence. I'm writing this bill, I want this evidence. Can you get in touch with your colleagues across the EAC and give me evidence on the relationship between Kiswahili and this and this and this? Give us the tasks. Tell us we need this in 2 weeks. We need to do the research. It's our work. We need to work. We have to partner. The court, the parliament, the secretariat, everybody, ministries, other institutions in our partner states. Tuendeleze Kiswahili jamani. Tujitolee, kila mtu atoe mchango wake. Asanteni sana jamani. Kwa haraka sana. Nani ambaye ana pendekezo? Kutokana haya ambayo tumejadili, na washukuru sana wabunge wetu. Nani mwingine ambaye anafikiria anaweza kutoa pendekezo? Asante sana.
Asante sana. Nakushukuru mno kwa kunipa hii fursa ya kuzungumza mbeleni mwa walioshughulikia maadhimisho ya 4 ya siku ya lugha ya Kiswahili duniani. Kwa jina naitwa Birungi Mariat kutoka Uganda. Mimi ni msomi na mwalimu wa Kiswahili Uganda. Napendekeza hivi, na nisingependa kuonekana kama mtu ambaye anarudia mambo hapa na pale, bali kuna mambo ambayo ningependa hasa viongozi na sana sana wabunge wa IALA na wabunge wengine waweze kujua. Kwanza kabisa, ninapozungumzia viongozi, mimi ninafurahia ya kwamba balozi kutoka Uganda huko hapa, na ningemuomba kwa unyenyekevu sana eti naye mwenyewe afuatilie, kwani pia naye ni kiongozi. Kwani mara nyingi viongozi wetu nadhani huwa wanakosa habari au wanakosa uelewa wa vile mambo yalivyo. Sasa kuna changamoto kwa upande wa ubunge ya Uganda. Ninakumbuka wakati Baroza ameshawaambia ya kwamba eti Uganda imepiga hatua hasa katika mambo ya baraza la Kiswahili Uganda. Bali nakumbuka wakati huo vipingamizi wenyewe walitokea bungeni Uganda. Na sababu ya huo upinzani una asili yake katika ukabila ndani kule Uganda. Kwa wale ambao hawajui Uganda vizuri, ni nchi yenye uingilua, ndio. Sasa waheshimiwa wabunge wa IALA, hapa ndipo nasisitiza, tunaomba mtusaidie sisi wana Uganda, muongee na wabunge wa Uganda eti watoe ukabila, waheshimu na wakipende Kiswahili, kwani wasije wakalenga mambo madogo ya ukabila, sijui kupendelea lugha zao binafsi, bali waangalie swala pana na umuhimu pana wa Kiswahili kokote duniani, hasa hapa Afrika Mashariki na Afrika kwa ujumla. Nashukuru.
Inapendeza. Wabunge ni watu ajabu, ni watu wazuri sana. Kama nilivyosema, mimi nilipokuwa kwenye kamisheni nilialikwa kwenye bunge la IALA, na kulikuwa wabunge ambao wamekuepo IALA kwa muda mrefu. Mtakumbuka kwamba kulikuwa kuna upinzani, lakini baada ya kuelezea wabunge kwamba Kiswahili si tishio, Kiswahili ni lugha ambayo itasaidiana, wabunge waliridhia. Kwa hivyo wabunge wa Uganda nao bila shaka wakizungumziwa, na mimi kwa kweli nilishangaa mshangao mzuri kwamba nilipoangalia katiba ya Uganda inatambua Kiswahili kuwa lugha rasmi ya pili ya taifa. Katiba ya Uganda maana yake ni kwamba Kiswahili kinakubalika kutumika kwenye bunge. Kama ni lugha ya pili rasmi, ina maana kwamba Kiswahili kinakubalika kutumika kwenye bunge. Kwa hivyo mbunge wa Uganda akisimama bungeni ana haki ya kikatiba kuzungumza Kiswahili. Katiba inakubali. Mimi nilipata hilo kwenye katiba. Kwa hivyo jamani, lazima tujitolee. Lakini nashukuru sana kwamba wabunge wa IALA muwe na vikana wabunge wenzenu kwenye mataifa yetu, mueleze namna ambavyo mnaweza kushirikiana. Tukishirikiana hakuna jambo ambalo litatushinda. Mapendekezo mengine jamani, tunakaribia kumaliza. Wale viongozi wangu watanionyesha hapa. Nimekuwa sana, naomba niende kwa Kalemera kwanza, alafu nikibahatika nitakuja kwenu. Kalemera, dakika ngapi?
Moja tu profesa. Asante. Asante profesa. Naitwa Silvanus, ni mwandishi wa habari. Nitumie dakika moja tu kuzungumzia upande wa vyombo vya habari. Tunatambua kwamba vyombo vya habari ni muhimili wa 4, na sijui kama imeelezwa kwenye katiba, lakini ninavyosikia hapa na pale kwamba chombo cha habari ni muhimili wa 4. Na kuanzia asubuhi tumezungumzia masuala ya sera, tumezungumzia masuala ya mambo jumuishi na kadhalika. Lakini linapokuja swala la vyombo vya habari ni kama tumesahau. Na nilipopata mwaliko kuja hapa, nikawa namuuliza mtu kwamba mbona nimeangalia ratiba lakini sijapata mahala ambapo pengine vyombo vya habari vitazungumza. Akasema mambo yamekuwa hivyo. Sasa nizungumza kitu kimoja, nitoe tu wito kwa kamisheni, kwa Kakama kwamba linapokuja swala la kueneza ama kuhubiri injili ya Kiswahili katika nchi zetu, kunapatikana changamoto kwamba vyombo vingi vya habari vinakuwa kwenye mwelekeo wa kutangaza biashara, na hapo linakuja swala la pesa, kwamba kila chombo kina uhuru wa kuweza kwa mambo yake. Lakini kuna njia nyingine ambazo kama wanaweza kutumia, kwa mfano katika mijadala kama hii, kwamba wakizungumza na wamiliki wa vyombo vya habari na kuweza kuwahamasisha ni kwa namna gani chochote kile kinachozungumzwa katika swala zima ama muktadha mzima kuweza kuendeleza Kiswahili katika medani mbalimbali, katika kumi mbalimbali katika nchi zetu, walau litangazwe, kwa sababu likitangazwa linainua hamasa kwa vijana. Mheshimiwa mbunge pale Kilema amezungumza kuhusu sensa ya makazi na watu, kwamba wazungumzaji walikuwa 0.59, kwamba unaona kwamba ni kiwango kidogo cha wazungumzaji. Lakini watoto wadogo wa shule za msingi, sekondari na kadhalika, wakiona ile mijadala, zamani tulikuwa tukifundisha mashindano ya kuandika insha na vitu vingine, wakiona yale mashindano madogo yanayotokea katika runinga, redio na kadhalika, wanapata ile hamasa ya kuweza kujifunza Kiswahili. Lakini hilo litawezekana tu endapo vyombo vya habari kupitia wahariri wakuu, kupitia wamiliki, watakapokuwa wanazungumza kuhusu swala zima la kuweza kuendeleza. Vinginevyo tutaendelea kuzungumza hivi, lakini nimekuwa na mijadala mingi, profesa wanafahamu, Mombasa, Nairobi, maeneo mengine, lazima vyombo vya habari vihusishwe. Visipohusishwa ile kasi itapungua kwa namna moja ama nyingine. Asante.
Ndugu Kalemera, utakumbuka kwamba kwenye itifaki ya Kamisheni ya Kiswahili Afrika Mashariki inatambua wamiliki wa vyombo vya habari na wanahabari kuwa wadau muhimu. The East African Kiswahili Commission Protocol recognizes the importance of media owners and media practitioners as key stakeholders. Wakati nikiwa kwenye kamisheni tulianzisha chama cha wanahabari wa Kiswahili wa Afrika Mashariki. Ndugu Kalemera, unakumbuka. Kwa hivyo naomba kamisheni ya Kiswahili na wanahabari ambao ni nyinyi na wengineo katika nchi za Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, mfufue chama kiwe na nguvu. Hakuna chochote kitakachofanyika bila vyama kuhusishwa. Nashukuru. Ndugu Malonga, nitakuja kwako. Subira.
Asante. Najua ni mzungumzaji, lakini leo najitahidi. Mimi swali langu dogo tu. Nilikuwa naongea na Mheshimiwa Fatuma Ndangiza kuhusu Kiswahili leo, na nimependa alivyoniambia. Nashukuru. East African Kiswahili Commission inavyopanga maneno yake na vitu vyake, kwa kweli inaonekana kwamba kitu kinaitwa private, watu binafsi au mashirika au asasi za kibinafsi, kama si serikali, hizo ni kama hazifanyi kazi. Wakati sisi tunaona vizuri kwamba kuna watu, baadhi ya watu wamejitolea miaka nenda miaka rudi, lakini watu kama hao hata inavyokuwa katika masuala ya kupanga hawahusishwi. Tuna mifano mingi tu. Nchini Rwanda tuna wazee kama kina Gahamanyi, tuna jamaa wanaitwa kina Malonga, hao wamefanya kazi nzuri tu, lakini hata kuhusishwa tu kwamba jamani, leo kesho kuna programu hii na hii, imekuwa vipi? Lugha imekuwa kazi ya siasa. Jamani, tutofautishe uendelezaji, ukuzaji wa lugha ya Kiswahili, tuitofautishe kabisa na mambo ya siasa. Na kama wewe si mwana siasa au kama wewe si mwana wizara fulani, halafu na sisi tu tunajua ni kitu gani kinaendelea, mambo gani mnayafanya, mmefika wapi, na panapo majaliwa tunajenga nyumba moja. Alisema rafiki yangu marehemu Keni Walipora, tunajenga nyumba moja. Tusifanyeje? Vito bwana alikuwa ni your classmate, namkumbuka, tusipiganie fito tafadhali. Watu binafsi tunafanya kazi zetu, tunaendeleza lugha tena kitaalamu na kitaalamu, tuhusishwe. Shukran.
Ndugu Malonga, hilo ni pendekezo kwa kamisheni ama kwa kamisheni? Nafikiri kamisheni ina wajibu wa
I think the commission has the obligation to recognize you and your role in Kiswahili building.
Serikali, asasi,
the institutions of the government and the people in private. It's an obligation of the commission to recognize you and ensure you are part of the planning. For me, I know how tough it is. One minute I give you. I'm told that if I exceed 2 minutes, I'll be taken away from my microphone. My name is Stephen from the University of Augustine. I have two proposals to the Commission as regards the Commission of Kiswahili in East Africa. My first proposal, I propose that the Commission should enable the teaching of curriculum of Kiswahili from primary school and secondary schools. Why do I propose this? Because in my research I've recognized that we have been having Kiswahili of different dialects. Kiswahili from Tanzania, Kiswahili from Rwanda, Kenya, etc. So I propose that there should be Kiswahili which is a standard. Standard Kiswahili. Because now Kiswahili, it means dialects. Kiswahili from Kenya, Burundi, Congo, etc. I propose this point should be one to be considered seriously.
Let me take this opportunity and let me help you on one thing. The language does not need to have a police behind you. There is one English, but when you go to England, the English of London is different from the English of Cambridge, different from the English of Newcastle, this different from the English spoken in Scotland, different from the English spoken in Nigeria, India, South Africa. English people do not fight to have one single standard English. We also have the British and the American English. What they want is to promote English. We don't need policemen behind us. We need just communication. If somebody said manguo, will you understand or will you not understand? But it's not standard Swahili. Just let people speak Swahili, providing that they communicate. That's it. 1 minute, please. Could you take 1 minute? Thank you very much. I'm Gambu John. I work here in Rwanda. I'd like to also express my opinion on leaders, especially here in Rwanda, especially the parliamentarians. I'd like that the parliament, among the different institutions of the government, we find that there are 3 of languages, English, Kinyarwanda, English, and French, and Kiswahili. So, and you find most people write in Kinyarwanda and some in English, and we should also be writing in Kiswahili while we publish things. So we should also link up with mass media. Like in Tanzania, sometimes you find an announcement being announced with a lot of mistakes, but they don't consult people who could correct and clean out a text before they broadcast it. Even at the airport, you find fake English and fake Swahili. Yet we have specialists who can correct, redress, and supply neat English, neat Swahili. I'm sorry. So say who you are, and thank you, Professor. My name is Senkora. I'm a Swahili professor from Tanzania.
I have two things, and first of all, I'd like to talk about the policy that we are looking forward to in the Eastern Africa, and that is going to lead us to the Swahili Council. So we can't wait. In Tanzania, we didn't wait for all of those things. We didn't even wait for the arrival of the advent of experts. We just started a council. So the council is the one which is going to engender experts, not the other way around. The second thing I would like to state here is research. I've heard a lot about research here. We are not here, not at the same level of understanding what inclusive education is. And there is a challenge on that, and I would like to urge Gautama to further research and know what the importance of this, so that we can finally have one writing deriving from research in the Eastern African community. I don't know if I've made myself understood. Please, I don't know, the other thing. Let me ask a question now. How many Swahili speakers do we have in the world? I'm not saying the total number. 200 million, 230 million, 250 million. So what the tool that should help us is Kakama, and it's not possible to do research if we don't know the number of people who speak Kiswahili. So I'd like to apologize. From morning till now we have done a lot of things, and we have done justice on the topics we had today, and I'm glad from the perspectives that have been expressed, and thank you very much, the parliamentarians. We count on you so much. Thank you very much. Stay blessed, Professor. Truly speaking, we have done justice to the agenda. Things have gone well, the talks, the panels, the perspectives and opinions, everything has gone well. Now we're going towards our closing of our celebration. After here, we're going to have a coffee break. If it's a chore, we'll go to the tent. And after that, for the day, we're now going to go to the memorial, genocide memorial site of Kigali. It is located in Gisozi. And at what we're going to ponder, meditate, learn, and get lessons. We have to going to learn about how genocide was conducted in 1994 and how are they given honor. So visiting that place is an opportunity to see the aftermaths of hatred, cleavage, and see the journey Rwanda has made. As we celebrate 31 years after the aftermath of 1994, we still have a lot of hope. So there will be buses at the outside in the parking lot, and you will board the lots. We will prioritize. Give priority to non-Rwandans when the buses come. So now I'm going to give the opportunity to the AKC representative to close the day with a speech, and afterwards we're going to leave. The representative of AKC who can pronounce these remarks, deliver the remarks to close the day. So if we need their speech, should we follow them there in the tent? So we go there, you can go there. So we can, if you had a special message they should like to share with us, they will tell us tomorrow. So tomorrow we resuming at 8:00 a.m. Have you received the T-shirt or I don't know?
or a T-shirt. Who has? Have you received? If you have not received, there are bags. You can go to see those who the ushers, and the ushers will give you. And there are some gifts inside the bags. Let's go there. We're resuming tomorrow at 8. Tomorrow is Monday. People will be going to work, and because of this, so you know, sometimes there are traffic jams. It's important to rush early so that we can start in the time planned. So we should start early so that we get to Serena in time. So if you have any query, please, you can contact our ushers who are at the entrance. They're there. When you see them, ask them questions or tell them if you have a query, a concern. Now we're at the closing of today's activities, and now it's the duty of artists, and all of you have been here to give a round of applause to yourself. And if you have deprived yourself a round of applause, if I ask you to give me a round of applause, how great are you going to do it? Thank you very much. If another day, if you are asked to give a round of applause for yourself, clap strongly. Clap for me, please. Clap for me. It's been about 25 years since that I've been speaking, that I've not spoken Kiswahili as fluently as I did today. I was born in countryside in Kenya. The coastal people speak standard Swahili, but we who come from the countryside mix up. But I liked Kiswahili, and I did it in university, in school. And so I see I can moderate, I can be a master of ceremony in Kiswahili. So if you have a wedding, invite me to be an MC. So let's meet tomorrow at 8 a.m. Thank you.
Utupatie mziki tukitoka kwa ukumbi tukienda kule kwenye tutapata chai. Tafadhali utuwekee mziki.
So go to the tent. Thank you very much.